Hello everyone, I hope you're doing great today. Sorry if I sound a bit different, I feel like I'm always saying that, but I have quite a severe canker sore because I have the immune system of a waste man, so whenever I get a slight cut, and it can be like a nanometer in diameter, I seem to get an incredible mouth ulcer which just grows and grows, then eventually dies and I start to enjoy life again, but it could be worse. And they're trying to sort it out for me now. But before the video starts, there's a message as always. So if you just want to go straight to the stories, then click on the timestamps in the description below. And for those who have stuck around, I want to share this. And that's to do with being in control of your mind, and also what social anxiety is. Because I didn't realise how many people actually had specifically that until I mentioned it before. Now, it's not something that I'd always mentioned in my videos really, but I just wanted to elaborate more on how I had it. Now, mine developed over years and I wasn't really sure exactly what it was. I just thought I was naturally an anxious person, and I ended up getting it really bad to the point I would have panic attacks pretty much daily, and I just thought that was kind of normal to me. Like, I knew it wasn't normal, but I didn't really understand the scale of it. And I would get nervous literally doing anything in life, and for a long time that robbed me of normal things. Even if it was the most simplistic thing, like getting a haircut, I'd get really anxious about it, or if I had to get on the bus when I was younger, and stuff like that. Now, the thing that people who don't understand it need to realise is that it's nothing to do with confidence or strength of will, or necessarily trying to not think of it, because it's due to the primitive part of your brain taking over. So you might not have anything on your mind, and suddenly that subconscious part of your brain takes over. So it doesn't matter how good your day's going, it can kind of come out of nowhere, and it's something that's very difficult to control because it puts your brain into a life or death situation where it can't differentiate the difference between what's happening and what's in your head. So when people say that it feels like it's a life or death situation, it really is the case. Your thoughts are narrowed to that of survival, where you just want to get out of the situation. And of course after, because of the increased cortisol levels and everything else, adrenaline, etc., you feel a big crash where you have no energy for the rest of the day. And because of the way my cognitions worked, I thought that as a failure, so it made me feel a bit down. However, I decided to reach out for help through a therapist once I was aware of what I had, and seeing them on and off and a different therapist over a couple of years, I completely turned this around to the point that I literally have zero social anxiety. I'm extremely confident, and if you told me I could have become that and lived without anxiety to the older version of me, I would never have believed you. So if you have social anxiety right now, honestly, I probably was one of the worst cases you would see, but I'm the absolute night and day opposite of that now, to the point I could speak in front of 1 million people, hypothetically, in a stadium, and I wouldn't care or feel nervous at all, and also wouldn't care what any of them think about me. Versus the older me, just speaking to maybe one person or having to make eye contact with them would have made me nervous. So honestly, if I just share this in the hope it can give you some inspiration if you suffer the same, you can turn this around completely. I know it might feel hopeless and like there's no help out there, but with the right help and time, you can completely make this a thing of the past. For me, it was cognitive behavioural therapy and some other things like exposure therapy, which slowly helped me, but it is absolutely doable. So I know it's a condition which will make you feel very alone, but you're not alone in this. It's something that you can sort out, and I know it's something people are going to be experiencing more often now because of how the world is. So it's okay to feel this way, and it's normal. The biggest things that helped me again was getting therapy and not just being trapped indoors all day, because that's what pretty much caused half of it at the time. So yeah, I hope that helps people out there. I love you and hope you're doing great, and take care. And make sure you check out my Instagram at Joe the Insomniac and the podcast in the description below. I went camping near Solvang, CA, with just myself and my 18-pound skanoodle. It was early in the season, maybe early March, and there was no one else in the camping area. The campground didn't have any hosts. It was first come first served per you go in a Dropbox type of place. The campground was on a slope, and there were trees, but the trees are very thick, so you could see most of the campground if you're on the top part of the slope. Since I'm alone, I picked the campground on the top right. It was a pretty remote area, so it's pitch black at night. Everything was good for a couple of days. We went back to the beach and walked down and did a lot of droning. One day, there was this truck of about 3 guys that came down to the campground, and they were shooting at the trees, smoking weed and drinking. The moment they see me, they start staring at me hard. I'm a female, so feel uncomfortable and go to my tent, and they left. Later on at night, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of an engine and bright lights. I peek out of the air vent in the top of my tent, and all I could see was a truck parked right in front of the campsite. The high beams are on, and I couldn't see anything else because of it. The truck stays there for about 30 seconds. Then all of a sudden, the horn sounded. My poor dog who was barking starts to whimper and shake. I don't know how long they were there for, but it felt like an eternity. Eventually they hit the gas and come flying up the slope. I think they're gonna hit me. I freak out and quickly get my dog. They flew right by the tent, nearly hitting us. They drove down the campground, not on the road but through the campsites and through to the grassy area. I don't know how they missed us. They started firing guns too, and the bullets aren't far from where I am. Writing this out now, it doesn't seem very scary, but it was terrifying at the time. I don't know if they were going to come in to kill me or worse. I don't know if they were going to run me over and shoot me. I'm just glad they didn't get me. Growing up, I had a childhood friend that lived relatively close by, and we were like 2 peas in a pod. We're both adventurous, believed in the paranormal, enjoyed astronomy, and generally just being outside. She was born in Alaska, and her dad had lived there for quite a while, so they're always camping, hiking, fishing, skiing, you name it. It was with my friend's family that I got actually introduced to being outside and doing camping with. Now this actually happened during the late to mid 90s, when we're maybe 10 or 12 years old. On one particular camping trip, we went to this lake in the forest that was surrounded by a meadow, and feeding the lake was a small stream leading out to the woods. Anyway, we played in the meadow and stream all day while my friend's dad fished. The lake wasn't very big, and because it had a meadow all around it, he could keep an eye out to the whereabouts while we fished. Now while I'm messing around by the stream, I get some weird vibe from the wooded area that I can't explain. Anyway, the day faded into early evening, and it was time to leave and find a camping spot. My friend's dad packed up his fishing gear, and we walk all the way back to our truck. It's winding through the woods. Once we're in the truck, we drove into a more remote area, and we made our way up this steep road that was rough, at such an incline. I was convinced my friend's dad was going to break his truck. He had a 4, maybe 6-cylinder Toyota pickup truck, which is about as basic as you could get. To be honest, I don't even know if it had 4-wheel drive, but being an Alaskan outdoorsman with years of experience, I trusted him. We finally made it up to the top, which was flat and relatively open with a big forest area in the opposite direction from the road we drove up. We pitched our tents, got everything set up, and a friend and I decided to explore. We may be 50 yards from the tent when we heard a big crack as a tree branch snapped behind us in the woods. We got quiet, and look in that direction but can't see a thing. Thinking it was just a deer, we brush it off. But we hear it again while we're walking, and whisper to one another that it could have been an animal. I stop briefly, and when we were about 200 yards away, we sat on a boulder looking down the steep downwards area near the woods, and suddenly, we hear another cracking branch from behind. Whatever it was seemed to be following us. Our imaginations are going wild. We came up with everything from a serial killer stalking us in the woods to Bigfoot. When we got back to the campsite, we told our dad what we heard and how it seemed to be parallel to us. He just plays it off though as a black bear, and maybe he's just looking for food. So later on, my friend confided in me that her dad had gotten his pistol out and would be sleeping with it that night. My friend and I were sharing one tent. He has his own tent not far from us, so I feel pretty safe. Now, I don't feel perfectly normal. I awoke sometime in the middle of the night to hear something or someone walking outside. I lay still listening. I could hear it quietly circling the tent. It sounded like it was walking on two legs because it had a distinct rhythm. Whatever it was, it sounded big as I couldn't hear its weight. As it puts each foot down, it seems to be getting closer. I can even hear relatively quiet but deep breathing. As I lay there listening, I could hear it wandering to other parts of our campsite and back to our tent, almost as if it was walking in a big loop. I don't know how long this goes on for. It feels like an eternity. I'm terrified and unable to wake up my friend as I lay there listening. Now the next morning, I told my friend and her dad about it, but I don't know if they believe me or not. Interestingly, absolutely nothing in the camp was disturbed in any way. The ground was very soft and in some places was covered in grass, and there's no footsteps either. This is something I've never been able to explain, and to this day still lingers in the back of my mind while camping. I always wonder what was lurking around that night. I grew up in a somewhat remote mountain town in California. When I was 12, me and a few friends were hiking up an old fire road with my dad. As we're reaching the end of the trail, we notice a person face down in a ditch wearing a red flannel jacket with jeans on. As we get closer, we saw a rifle and long grey hair scattered everywhere. It smelled awful. We pause. My first thought is that it must have been a prank or something because it's around Halloween. But I was wrong. My dad told us to stay where we are. He walked over and found out that it was someone who wasn't alive anymore. I went out camping alone one night in a nearby forest to where I lived. I had a really good day and enjoyed the solitude. I went to bed and had a feeling that I was being watched. I couldn't quite shake it. I managed to fall asleep eventually, but it must have taken hours. I'm awoken by what I think is my boyfriend tugging at me. Then I realise that I'm alone in the tent and he's out of state. I scream, turn on my flashlight, and I don't see anyone. I think it's just my imagination playing tricks on me, and I eventually go back to sleep again. When I wake up in the morning, however, I found out it's not just my imagination. There are footprints all around my campsite and multiple cigarettes lying on the floor. I went camping in an abandoned building once with some of my friends. I know how stupid it is now, but at the time, it seems to be a great idea. Everything seems normal at first. We are getting scared, but it's just by each other making us jump. Now, as midnight strikes, all 5 of us are sleeping in the same area, except for my one friend who goes into the other room. He keeps on whispering things at us through the doors, and we tell him to shut up and go to sleep because it's late, but he keeps on doing it, and keeps on punching on the windows. Then I hear my friend next to me say, "What are you guys talking about?" Immediately, we all dart up as we realise all of us are in the exact same area. One of my braver friends quickly shines a flashlight into that room and it's locked. No one's in there. Needless to say, we all bolt out of there screaming for our lives and never went back there again. Normally, I would think it's my imagination, but all 6 of us heard the exact same thing that day. So I was a wildlife firefighter back in the day in Arizona. I worked in a forest that was generally popular with a lot of recreation in the northern proportion. But I worked on the southern area of the forest, and that was really remote. It barely had any roads or campgrounds, so if you wanted to recreate there, you had to go work for it. Now, the fire crew I was on had 2 duty stations, one in a small town where the rest of the forest employees worked out, and one that was about 2.5 hours away up a windy road. The remote dusty station had an old Forest Service ranger station, and a newer double-wide trailer that was recently put in. When I worked at this place, it had no cell reception. When my crew and I weren't working, we were playing horseshoes and watching movies. They did eventually add a cell phone booster, which sadly made people go on their phones all day. So for my story, I want to keep it pretty simple, but my supervisor from that crew had experienced some weird things working up there. There was one night he told me he was cowboy camping, which is sleeping outside with no tent. Imagine the spiders. And he kept getting a weird musky drop-off liquid on his face. Now he's really in the middle of nowhere, and he kept looking around and yelling, and no one's around him. He told me he wasn't even below a tree, so it's not tree sap. He never slept outside again, which leads me to believe how weird the experience was for him because he loved being outside. Now for my story. I had other interesting experiences at a remote duty station, but this one was scary. It was on the night of 4th of July, and we weren't on a fire, so the crew was playing horseshoes, having a good time. Everyone went to bed pretty early because we were going to a PT hike the next day. I had my own small room in a double-wide trailer, and my bed was situated next to a big window. I started to doze off, but felt awake. I then hear one of my co-workers outside my window asking me to come out. I was laying down, facing the window and don't look up, but I felt their presence by the window. I felt as though something tall was looming over from outside. They kept beckoning for me and I said no. Pretty quickly, their voice became very deep and angry. They started swearing at me to get out. It was almost a demonic voice. I lay there frozen, not wanting to move a muscle. They yelled at me, and eventually, it stopped and I fell asleep. I woke up the next day and asked why my co-workers were out there, but they look so confused when I tell them this. They say that none of them were up that day, it was only me. I'm used to having spirits around. I've always believed in them, and they're pretty much normal for as long as I can remember, but they've never terrified me. I remember my grandmother talking about spirits when I was little. My oldest son, before he deployed to Afghanistan, had the uncanny ability to tell me when someone was gonna die. And I've had my own personal spirit friend I called Fred for as long as I can remember. But this building is completely different. I've never had any place give me such creepy vibes. Now, it's crazy in this one. I could have the heat up to 80, but my fingers are so cold that I can't even type, and my nose is left constantly running. Now, it's night shift. No one gets in or out without the door chimes going off. I've heard someone sneeze in the hallway out the side of my office. I hear chairs scrape across the floor in the squad room. when I know I'm the only person there. I've seen one apparition, a blonde-haired girl with grey sweats pull up to her knees, and a white cotton-up shirt, blonde hair with dark roots girl with tennis shoes. I've seen her pure as day. Now, I've seen them walk from the bathroom to the squad room with her hands across her face. I literally thought someone was in the building, so I called an officer. Now, there's only one way in and out, and I know she didn't go past me. We found no one. Now I work for a tribal police department in Oklahoma, so this was all Indian land at some point. But that wouldn't explain the girl I saw. I work the night shift, and I've learned the normal sounds of the building like the ice machine or the wind blowing through the attic. But some nights this place just gives me icy chills. Just that feeling you shouldn't be there. And I've heard my name being called. Sometimes my middle name, which is really creepy. We've had a couple who worked here and have been terrified and left without even saying why. Now every other place I've worked, I've always had the same little what I call Fred pranks, where drinks or pens disappear and I find it somewhere else. But I never had anything like that happen in that place. I posted quite a few times about my experiences, but I somehow glossed over my time in high school when I worked as a bag boy at a local supermarket. I grew up in a farm town, and the only place you could get groceries, besides a grossly overpriced Shopko on the edge of town, was a family-owned supermarket, Robertson's. The Robertson's family was very active in the community, but had a reputation from misery to straight up being evil, depending on who you ask. If you ask me and the rest of the bag boys, it had a dark aura about it. Many features contributed, like the vaulted ceilings in the back room, the creaking floors in the upstairs offices, and the door hidden behind a pile of old shelves that seemed to lead under the loading dock. Now the worst of the Robinsons was Ryan. He was too old to handle business decisions, but was too stubborn to let his tube-topping son take it out of his hands. So he spent his days shuffling around the floor, antagonizing the bag boys at every turn. He would moan at us if we clocked in 1 minute early. He'd moan at us for standing at the cloak with a minute left on our shift. He moaned at us about our laziness the second we weren't moving stuff. I always joked that he's a vampire. He refuses to die. Why else is there never a call over the intercom for kids who lost their parents? One night, my suspicions are reinforced. Ryan had showed up at 9 to take care of some of the office work upstairs. With all of our closing duties done, my partner for the night and I lollygag in the stockroom, right at the foot of the office stairs. When 10 rolled around, it's time to close. I figured I'd let Ryan do the locking up. I started up the stairs and realised it's dark. I got to the top and look around. Not a single light in the offices is on. We had stood at the bottom of the stairs the whole time, and Ryan hadn't passed us. Even when Ryan isn't looking scary, strange things happen upstairs. The exposed water pipes leading upstairs twang like somebody's hit them with a hammer. Footsteps on the creaky floor would always echo. All of this happens when the offices are pitch black too. Now one night, my partner and I freaked out by the noises, and decided to spend the remainder of the shift lapping the store. As we were walking perpendicular to the aisles, a can of green beans halfway down the vegetable aisle suddenly fell off the shelf. We put it back on the shelf and start walking again. We don't think much of it. Then, 2 aisles down, another can falls off. This time, as I put it back there, a can 15 feet down the aisle flew off the shelf. We left that one sitting there and huddled around the cash register. And to top it off, a bag boy requested to be taken off of night shifts after an experience he has in the break room The break room had two small bathrooms, male and female. Now he's taken his food break when he heard a baby crying from the woman's bathroom. He'd been in there for 5 minutes already and not seen anyone come in. Definitely not with a baby. He endures 10 minutes before he gets so concerned. He knocks on the door, repeats the knock and questions, and gets nothing back. He finally is convinced that something dodgy is going on and left. I'm a 20-year-old college student who works part-time on weekend nights as a security officer on campus. My partner's a 22-year-old male student, same situation, same company and job. This experience is theirs. We're both currently on duty at different posts and they messaged me about it a few minutes ago. So my partner, I'll call him Jay, is currently working at the front desk on the Fine Arts building of the college. That building's on Broad Street, the main street of our city. It's around 3 AM at the time, and there's usually only going to be the occasional student coming in and out of the building, and a pedestrian on the street every now and then. Jay's security camera shows that the area just outside of the building, including footage of the dumpster, parking lot and sidewalk out front, which is well lit by street lamps since it's on Main Street. The cameras have about a 5-second delay, but show very smooth footage. Jay messages me and says, I literally just saw a person dissolve on the camera system, like the wind blew them away. It wasn't any kind of screen or anything. Upon questioning him, they told me that they saw what appeared to be two figures wearing their hoods up, and they're almost identical walking together. They said only one of the figures dissolves, and that the one who was solid didn't seem to realise the other person was there. They didn't seem to be talking, and when the figure dissolved, they didn't seem to notice. The solid person's walk and cycles didn't glitch out when the other person's did, and they're off sync. The camera seemed to be working well. The figure didn't appear to glitch out or pop out of existence. It's described as almost dissolving into the wind. I'm wondering if anybody's had any similar experiences to this. So this happened after work this past Christmas Eve. I worked a later second shift from 5 PM to 1 AM, or until we're done. I should also mention that while the warehouse is in a nicer area, a couple blocks down it gets sketchy at night. We get done at around 2 AM, so it's me and my one friend who are first out the parking lot, and we're standing there talking while we're warming up our cars. We were talking for about 5 to 10 minutes, and during this time, I saw a small sedan drive by slowly but didn't think much of it because it was a little icy out and we figured they were just being curious. But then, I saw it slowly coming back down the road, came from west and pulled in and parked in the parking lot across from us, which is strange because it's a welding shop parking lot and no one's ever in there past 10 PM besides the police doing speed traps. At this point, I pointed out to my friend that this is weird, and they think the same. Then this big guy got out of the car. The other car that he's in drives off, and he comes over to me and my friend, asking for a smoke. Now, thankfully he didn't talk to me, but as soon as I stepped back out of my car with the wallet in my hand, so I could use one of my cards to scrape the window, he called over to me. I don't want to be rude, even though something felt off about the situation, but I thought, hell, there's cameras everywhere. And I'm not really worried because everyone will be out in 10 minutes. Now I'm 6 foot and 180 pounds soaking wet, and the guy's a good bit bigger than me. I'm guessing 6 foot 2 or 4, and a solid 250 pounds. He was trying to make small talk with me, asking me about what we do there, how it sucks that we have to work on Christmas Eve, Just random crap like that, but I got the feeling he was sizing me up. So, even though I have extreme social anxiety, and can usually barely make eye contact with people I know, I remembered my grandpa always telling me, if I'm in a sketchy situation with someone, just to stand tall, chest out a bit, and make direct eye contact the whole time. Especially do that whenever you look like you might be scared or nervous, so they know you're not worth messing with. I saw him looking down towards my wallet, so I took a small step back to make sure I'm in sight of the cameras. Then he said, "Hey, could you give me a ride to my house? It's just down the road. I ran out of gas at the store and need to get back and I have no money." Now the grocery store, he said his car ran out of gas. The story keeps changing, and he come from another direction from the one he pointed at. I then remembered reading online somewhere that around the holidays, people will do whatever they can to get someone to give them a ride, then force them to go back to their house and rob them. Now I know I'm not going to have this, so I walk backwards towards my car. I know that I have a giant utility knife under the seat and tell him I'm good and to please get off the property. And he's like, "Come on man, it's Christmas Eve," looking annoyed. At this point, I'm at my car and he can see me reaching under the seat. He then turns to walk away into an alley block. Then I go over to my friend's car and tell him what happened, and he said the dude was trying to get him to give him money for the smokes, and then he tried to get him to give him a ride at the ATM machine. 2 days later, there's a picture of the same guy on the local police department's Facebook asking for information on him because he's wanted in relation to armed robberies and burglaries. I guess I'll dive right into what happened and not bore you with the unimportant details. I was hiking on a trail I'm very familiar with, and because of changes in the weather, I decided to leave the trail and cut through the woods. I wanted to try and get to my car before the downpour, and I knew this area like the back of my hand. Before I knew it, I felt very strange and disorientated. Nothing appears familiar. I'm not sure if the woods seemed to be silent before or after I felt this way, but I become undeniably aware of how silent everything is. Oppressingly down, really suffocating silence, and my heart begins to pound as I stood in place, and it felt as if the woods are spinning and closing in around me. I felt like I had nothing I could do, or anything that I could comprehend. It's when I start noticing something about 15 feet in front of me. Now, it was 10 feet high and 8 feet wide, and a distortion. It was like something was bending the light and moving towards me like a fogged up mirror, almost, but with no definitive shape. But it was moving with purpose and intelligence, and would be completely unnoticeable if not for the distortion. I turned to run and realised another was behind me, the same size and shape, almost about. Then I realised there's at least 4 more of these moving around me. I'm trapped. What I was seeing in my brain could not make sense, and I'm in utter shock and panic. I back up against a tree because I'm so scared. I curl up into a fetal position, pull my hands over my ears because they began ringing, and it's a deafening sound. I closed my eyes as these intelligent cloaked things moving around me. I saw a white flash like what happens if you've ever hit something very hard or been punched well. My ears were ringing, and I see flashes, then nothing. I woke up to the rain falling on me. Hours have passed. Everything was normal and I knew where I was. I gather myself, check for injuries and realise I'm completely fine, and drive home. I can't make sense of what happened. I've googled similar events but not found anything like what happened to me. I stumbled across stealth cloaking technologies used by the military, and the technology is primitive compared to what I saw. And there was, Something very organic about what I saw. Now, I don't know if anyone's experienced something similar to me, but I need answers. Update. It's really hard to answer everyone individually, but I'm definitely going to be seeing the doctor tomorrow, but I have no history of seizures or other health issues. I'm in my 20s and fairly fit and sound of mind, but I want to make sure. Now, the headaches and blurry vision have only been an issue since the incident. I've never had migraines before, and these things had no definitive shape to them, and they were very large and moving with purpose and intelligence. Now, I could smell something which I thought was my brain frying from how loud the sound was and how intense the situation was. Now, I crouched down with my head in my hands, kneeling in the fetal position out of fear and panic before I blacked out. When I closed my eyes, I can see the less than 5 feet away from me. I can smell a sulfuric metal type smell. Then the flash occurred that was blinding, and I woke up afterwards. I was considerably dry, even though it was drizzling when this occurred, and when I woke up, I realised 4 hours had passed and it was raining heavy, but I was pretty much dry, and I can't explain it, but there was some sound during all of this. I won't lie, I'm shook up and freaked out. I'm trying to make a rational assumption out of what happened, but I really can't. I was coming home late from work one day. I worked as a forest ranger, so that means my hours could go pretty late sometimes. I had a pretty good day at work. Everything was normal. I got in and went to sleep. Now, just because I wasn't at work didn't mean I wasn't an outdoorsy person. So the next day, I decided to go for a hike in a forest not too far away from where I live. I really like getting out into the middle of nowhere because I find I can really free my mind this way and just think with a clear head. Now, eventually I arrive at the forest. It's very peaceful now. I can hear all kinds of animals around. I put in my headphones and listen to some music and start my walk. As I'm walking, I start to get caught up on something that annoyed me, and I'm trying to find ways to think out of the situation. This goes on for a while, and I realise that I'm in a part of the woods I've never been in before. I'm kind of confused because as I look around, I see some mist and fog. I know that I must be near water because the mist is here, but I've never seen it before. As I'm doing so, I can see a dead tree just off in the distance. I don't know what it is about this, but I keep getting a really weird vibe. I look to the left and I can see a person standing up. I can only see the top of them. They must be wearing some strange camouflage or a Halloween suit because it looks like a skeleton staring at me. I think this is weird, and I decide to take off my headphones so I can be more in the situation in case anything goes bad. As I do so, I hear the sounds of bones crashing on the floor, almost like somebody's dropped a load of sticks onto concrete. Then it hits me. It's now completely silent where I am, and I look around and it's almost like I've gone to a complete different place. It doesn't look anything like the woods I was in before. I look up and I call out to the person thinking it's a hunter. They're not meant to be hunting here, and I really don't want to get shot today. They can't hear me, or they don't reply, so I decide to walk over slowly. I turn on my flashlight on my phone so they can see me coming. Again, I really don't want them to mistake me for an animal, but I have an orange coat on, so there shouldn't be a problem with that. I start explaining that I'm an off-duty park ranger and there's no problems here, just to let them know that I'm here. It's something I don't realise till afterwards, but it was completely silent in this moment, and the fog seems to be picking up. It was crazy thinking of it now. It was almost like I entered a movie scene, of a strange limbo land where there's no heaven or earth or anything. You're just kind of in a barren wasteland. It's really creepy. I walk up towards where I last saw the person and I realise that they're long gone. But they've left something behind. I think it's a backpack, but I can't tell next to the sticks. As I approach, I get a horrible smell of sulphur. It's almost like a metallic smell. It's very hard to describe. I then see something on the ground that appears to be a large white rock followed by other sticks. I'm very confused on exactly what this is. I turn it over using only my foot, and my heart drops. These are human remains. Not a fresh body by any chance. It looks like ancient bones, just sitting in a pile. My palms begin to sweat and it hits me that I saw this thing standing just a few seconds earlier before I looked down at my phone. In a heartbeat, I turn round and start sprinting in the opposite direction. The smell of sulphur still seems to be following me. I keep on sprinting through the woods and I don't even bother looking back. Through the grace of God, I find a path that I knew, which I never really travel along, and I keep on running for what felt like hours. I continue on this path and I glance back for a second and catch my breath. The craziest thing is I can't see any fog now, and the sound has all returned. Within less than a minute, I'm already sprinting back to my car, weeping as I'm driving back home. I haven't told this story to anyone, and I've never went back there again since. I have no idea what kind of limbo land I entered, or what that thing was. I just know that I never want to encounter it again. I'm staying in the Pigeon Forge near the Smoky Mountains right now, in a cabin in the woods. There's other cabins nearby though. I was deep asleep last night and my boyfriend was still outside in the hot tub, and he come inside yelling for me to wake up. He said that he started hearing something big moving around the forest. He thinks it's a bear, but he shines his flashlight, and it was like something small moving through the grass that he couldn't see clearly. There were multiple of them, but they were covered by grass and moving in different directions. He only saw one, but it was a little ways in the distance, and he described it as long and tan-coloured skin, slithering around, very fast but gracefully. They're clear as day, and he heard a woman scream saying, "Help me someone," but there's no one around, and it's the weirdest thing he'd sound like it's not a real person, like it's rehearsed or a recording. He couldn't tell where it was coming from. I have no idea what he saw. So for a bit of context, I live in northwestern Georgia, US. I'm in the middle of nowhere, on a weird off on its own cul-de-sac with houses only on one side and the woods around it. Other than the cul-de-sac, houses are over 100 yards away from each other. The woods are thick, beginning about 30 foot away from our house. The area is not known to have any bears, no wolves or coyotes, and our coyotes are really small and shy, like the deer. I even contacted our local DFW, and they said there's never been anything bigger than a coyote or wolf out here. I take the dogs out in the yard to pee about 2 to 3 times after dark. I put them on a split leash, and normally wander around the yard for a bit to let them find a spot, but that's come to an end, and I don't dare step off the patio now. For the past few weeks, my dogs have been acting really odd when it comes to going out at night. They want to go out front, but since my landlord doesn't want me to let them ruin the front lawn, I have to drag them to the back door, and they refuse to step out most times. especially my younger dog. They want to stay close to the house and are always very alert. They will lunge towards the woods at random, starting to bark like crazy. I would normally call this off as just wildlife, but it's been getting really weird. And normally, if there is something like a rabbit, they're very easily shushed and redirected. I've heard whatever it is walking right on the edge of the woods. It doesn't have the typical 4-beat walk of a 4-legged animal, and it's not scared of my dogs. I can hear its heavy breathing and the leaves crunch as it moves. It's not scared of dogs at all, or me shouting, and it doesn't have to leave. It's always there by 9 PM. It'll be there at midnight, then it'll be there at 2 AM, always at the very edge of the woods, and I can feel a difference myself. Even when I go out alone, I had to grab a patio chair the other day for example. It's almost like I can feel when it's there. I'm normally very relaxed in my yard, even at night, but I'll get that back shuddering feeling that I have to get out of there. Now, my dogs go crazy when inside, seemingly at random, standing at the windows barking out to the woods. I've been out there during the day, looking for things like fur scraps, stag or claw marks, but nothing ever turns up, not even footprints. I've been trying to really find what this can be, but I always end up going in circles with this. As an immigrant, I'm not knowledgeable on local stuff like folklore, but I know this scares the holy hell out of me, so I'm wondering if anyone has an idea of what this could be. To lay the scene, I'm from a small town in Florida, very close to the coast. It's a commuter town, and it's usually pretty quiet at night, but since the state shut down, people haven't been so eager to get home and go to bed so they can get to work in the morning. But I work in the service, and still work just as much as though nothing had happened. I see a lot more people out at night having parties or driving around at weird hours. So one night, my dad picked me up from a closing shift. We decided to take the back roads to get back, because it's faster. It's still fairly inhabited, with houses and a church and a high school on the way, but it's poorly lit. It was an uneventful ride. We're just going like normal, talking, catching up on the last hour or two of my day, until we made it to the final turn onto a stretch of road besides the church. In the middle of the road was a creature, and physically it's very large. It was covered in thick black fur, and for reference on the size, my dad drives a 2005 Dodge Ram. The headlights just reach his shoulders and it has skinny legs. It's hunched over and dragging one of them behind, and they curve outwards, which made me wonder if they're supposed to, or if it was severely bowed. I can't think logically of any animal it could have been, unless it was massively mutated or deformed, but it doesn't make sense. When our headlights hit it, it sunk to the ground, screamed and ran into the woods. The screams were high-pitched and wet, like it was gargling. I saw it stumble off the road and hit a tree before screaming again and disappearing. My dad stops the truck and gets out with a flashlight. We only stayed for a few minutes as we're both pretty shaken. We looked for blood or tracks, but there aren't any. But what I remembered is still how weird it was seeing the side of the road and the truck covered in white sand, even though we're not close to the beach. We got back in our truck and went home, and my dad refuses to talk about what we saw that day. I have no idea what I saw. Before I share my mum's experience, I feel like a little background into my family's history will be important. We're from a small town in Arizona. I was born there, but I lived in the city since I was 5 years old. My parents were born and raised there, as were their parents. The town has a slew of paranormal activity, maybe having something to do with it being an old outpost of some port for Spanish soldiers during the war. I don't honestly know which one. It was several hundreds of years ago. There are rumours of witchcraft, and many witches live in there even to this day. It has a cemetery on a hill that is so old, it's been condemned. You can literally fall through the ground and through an old coffin if you venture there, and the graves are so old that the remains are piles of rocks. There are no makers of any kind except for a few splintered across rotten wooded crosses. The house that my great-grandparents lived on was built sometime in between the mid-1800s. My mum grew up in the house next door. Many relics from the war have been discovered in this town, and when my mum was a preteen, she says her neighbours, who are extremely poor, discovered a chest of Spanish coins, both gold and silver, while digging a new septic tank. They become very wealthy overnight and moved away, but according to my mum, the family's still very well off. My family has somewhat of a dark history on my mum's side. After her grandparents both died, her mum was cleaning out their house when they discovered two voodoo-type dolls that they believed were responsible for her parents' deaths. That, however, is a story for another day. I'm just going to try and give you a bit of background info, and that was it. So, my mum's always been ultra sensitive. Her intuition is almost always spot on. She has spent her life hearing and seeing apparitions and spirits, even from a young age. She also dreams about all sorts. Some of them about people who have already died, some predicting death, other significant events in her life. She passed some of these traits on to me, and she says I am also sensitive based on my dreams and experiences. But that's another story for another day. She has told me several times of a dream that she had while spending the night at her grandparents' home. Now I'm retelling this by memory. She said that there was something significant about that day or night that she can remember. She was about 13 years old at the time. She went to bed around 9, which was normal, after helping clean up the kitchen after dinner. When she stayed there, she said she always slept in the guest bedroom, and since all her aunts moved away and had their own families, she's there all alone. The dream started as if she had just woken up in a strange place. She said that immediately, a pungent musty smell hit her nostrils, and it was so dark that she could hardly see her own hand in front of her. When she lifted her hand to look at it, she noticed the sounds of a chain rattling, and felt something cold and heavy on her wrists. After feeling them, she realizes these are thick shackles, and they're attached to the wall behind her, so her movement's limited. She said she started to feel the rest of her body, and said she didn't like it and didn't feel as though she was herself. She's extremely thin, can see her ribs sticking out, and she wasn't clothed. Her hair was cut very short and uneven, from what she could feel. Her face felt very thin too. Her cheekbones were sticking out. She noticed that she could faintly hear the sound of a man's voice and the sounds of horses, but it was far from where she was. It smelt dank and faintly like horses' manure. The floor was dirty. The floor felt hard like clay or concrete, and she started telling herself that it's just a dream, but she couldn't escape how real it felt. The smell, the sounds, the weight of the shackles and chains. About that time she started to hear some of the other chains rattling close by, as if there were others chained up around her. She could actually hear them cry and whimper, but not really understand words. At that point, a feeling of complete terror hit her, like she knew she could never escape or be rescued and would die there. She starts to look around and said she couldn't see anything besides or in front of her. But when she looked up, she could see there's a small window or opening about 2 feet by 2 feet, and it had 4 or 5 vertical bars on it. It must have been about 50 feet up from the floor, so there was no way she could reach it or look out of it. She realized that there were voices and the sounds of horses coming. She starts to panic and pulls at the chains, tugging at the shackles but to no avail. Neither would budge. She was trapped there with no way out. At this point she told herself that she had to be dreaming and tried everything she could to wake herself up. She bit her hands and pinched herself, even slapping herself, and nothing would wake her up. After what felt like hours, she sort of just bowed her head off and laid down crying to sleep. When she woke up, it's the next morning and the sun's shining. She woke up in bed, the same one she fell asleep in, at her grandparents' home. When she opened her eyes, her cheeks and pillow were wet with tears. Her heart was pounding out of her chest. She said that she still felt that horrible panic for several minutes after. She immediately got up and went to her grandparents' room. Now it's early, but they're already awake. She proceeded to tell them everything about the dream in detail. Her grandpa, whom she is very close to, hugged her to comfort her, reassuring her that she had a nightmare and everything's okay, and she just had a vivid imagination. She went home later and told her mum. She told her the same thing, it's her imagination. It took a few days to get over it, but she eventually forgets about the dream and didn't even think about it until years later. As I mentioned before, my great-grandparents' house that they lived in and died in was really old. Growing up in it, it always needed some kind of repairs. The roof and the walls are always being worked on. My mum said she is pregnant with me when she's about 23, when the floor needed to be redone, and it's no easy job. The entire floor needed to be torn out. Now around this time, both of my grandparents had passed away. Her parents lived in the home. My uncle and a couple of cousins were skilled carpenters and they decided to do the job. My grandparents and my two uncles had moved out for about a week in order to get on with the repairs. This is the part that freaks me out to this day though. My grandma said the floor had never been redone up to this point, so she doesn't know when the original floor was made. What they did find, however, has remained a family secret for 40 years, but to this day nobody speaks of it. When the floor was completely torn out, my uncle expected to find dirt underneath. Instead, it looks like a boarded up cellar. It was empty, but there is nothing in the opening in the corner that resembled a shaft of sorts. The cellar floor was made of some type of old wood that's rotted, so they decided to tear it up as well. There wasn't dirt under the floor either, but another room. Apparently there's 4 floors underneath in total. All of them are pretty empty, besides some old saddles and horses' shoes, and some old wine bottles, that sort of thing. But on the very last level, deep underground, there was a room with a dirt floor, with shackles on the walls and some skeletons bound. Their actual bodies underneath the house. According to my mum, my uncles and cousins get really spooked, realising what they've covered up. They don't want to disturb the bodies, so they build a new floor and don't even speak about it. When word reached my mum of what had been found, she immediately thinks of her dream. She knew what she experienced and that it must be linked to that. As for the house, it's still there. It is actually occupied by my grandma, well at least up until she passed, back in 2014. The property still belongs to the family, but the house has been condemned as the roof caved in a couple of years ago. All I know is that if ever who inherits a house tears it down, they're going to be in for a really big surprise. My wife posted snippets of this story, but I'll explain it all. I lived in a small KY town throughout the middle of high school. That's as specific as I'll go. In this town, there was a large cemetery with a house on its land, and of course, my large family decided this is a perfect place. For reference, imagine a perfectly rectangled area. The entire right 2/3 are graves, maybe even more after that. The left third is condemned into a garage, with graves behind it and to the sides of it. In front of this garage is my house. An old house. This has been around for decades in terrible shape. It was cheap. Right away it's an unsettling home, with an added-on patio surrounded by windows that never felt empty day or night. This room had steps on the right that led to the basement, and the door in the front led to the main house. The entire house was freaky, and everyone often felt watched or followed. This actually happened all the time. Now to the basement, aka my living area. It was largely unfinished, just concrete all throughout. 1/3 of it are actually under the stairs, and there's a laundry/shower room. This was just a slab of concrete and a spray head, so let's just say it's horrid. There was a large main room where the patio steps connect to, allowing 2 entries and exits into the basement. It's important to know that in 3 years, the patio basement door was only used several times, usually by me sneaking out or something. There's only 2 small rooms with no doors connected to the main room, used for storage originally but turned into mine and my brother's rooms, even though he only stored things there and usually slept upstairs. Now, being a small child at the time, I didn't really think too much of this. The rooms are connected by a joint closet. My room was initially closed to the patio door on the far side of the room from the house stairs. I would spend the first half of the year in that room. This is the beginning of the terror I would experience. In this room, I used an old mint green bedsheet as a curtain, and it only took my first night to fully understand this place isn't normal. I would hear objects moving in the main room. The light from the shed that poured in from the ground level slit of a window would randomly be blocked with shadows. Whenever I left my room at night, I ran as hard as I can to get upstairs, dashing as fast as I can up the old wooden stairs, making as much noise as possible just to not hear it all behind me. I always felt watched, especially in the main room from my closet. I was about 15 at the time, so not an 8-year-old who's afraid of the dark, but I could feel eyes drilling into me, the malevolence of this main room, as I tore through the darkness to get upstairs. I slowly turned to sleeping less and less, waking up before my parents, pretending I dozed off on the couch to explain why I'm afraid of the basement. I never told them why until last year. Now, as terrifying and as unsettling as it is, my room felt, well, fine. Aside from the closet that connects to the other room, a closet I never opened unless I had to. It was fine. I wasn't disturbed in the room, and just left lights on whenever I could. However, after the first year, toxic mold pushed me from my room to what was originally my little brother's room, aka the place he left for a few things. It was here that the spookiness escalated to images and voices that haunted me for years later, still making me scream and wake up begging for help. My wife, who was dating me at the time I lived there, has said it's become normal to her to reach over and comfort me during this. Right away in the new room, things changed. No longer was I isolated in the corner of the basement. I'm dead center. The same curtain hung over the door frame, but the basement window light went right through it. I could see them, people of all types walking through my basement. Conversing silhouettes burned into my mind like a man in a large hat and suit, speaking to someone about the boy in there, always moving past my door. They knew I was there, they knew who I was, but they weren't my family or friends. I would on occasion try and get the strength to turn my light on and see what it was, to find no one, not a single person. I'd run upstairs and find everyone asleep. Tears rolled down my face as my body was shocked. I would stay upstairs until my folks woke up. It was here that the nightmares began, which would lead to sleep paralysis at times, terrifying enough on its own, but not inherently paranormal. The comfort I had was leaving Dragon Ball Z Seasons DVDs playing all night, 8 hours straight, never letting the room get dark. The spirits and shadows walking past my room become common, but not quite nightly. I was afraid but felt no danger. They left my room undisturbed while I was in it, seemingly respectfully to me. That's until it came. I awoke one night surrounded by darkness. The light from outside is dim. My eyes opened immediately as everything felt wrong. Then I saw it, a black mass leaning over me. Now this is small, no larger than me at least. It's the purest black I've ever seen. It was the shadow amongst shadows, darker than the night sky without stars. It was looking down at me almost playfully, but I could feel its hatred and anger. I closed my eyes, making certain that it wasn't just in my head or a dream. Now, my heart stopped for a moment. I can still see its eye, all these years later, piercing me. I had to make it leave. Nothing had violated my space before. I closed my eyes as tight as possible and jumped through it, slam on my light without skipping a beat, turning on the TV that I had, slamming on Dragon Ball Z as quick as I possibly can. My body shaking as I curled into a ball and just cried in the main room for several hours before the sun come up. This was the only time this creature made its presence known to me, but it still haunts me. I could feel that cold envelop me from time to time downstairs. The entire house was haunted. Objects would fall on their own and you'd hear footsteps constantly, but the base was my hell. Later last year, I told my siblings and parents what happened and asked if they felt something similar. Their stories weren't as graphic or as terrifying as mine, but they all experienced things in the basement. It's why my brother never slept there. My little sister wouldn't even go down there at all. 2 years later, the house was condemned, and I visited the now filled foundation where my room was. It was then that I really understood how I spent years sleeping on the same level, the exact same level as the bodies, surrounded on all sides, that I could feel this creature leaving the ground. It was terrifying me. I was glad it just wasn't watching me anymore. My wife was convinced for years that it attached itself to me, but that's for another day. I'm just glad it's gone now. For most of my childhood, I believed ghosts were real. The reason I believed was because of nightmares I had when I was younger. Nightmares that prevented me from going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, forcing me to sleep with a light on constantly, preventing me from looking down dark hallways and rooms on the way to bed. Truth be told, I didn't experience anything tangible to back my beliefs for a long time, yet I still believed the place was haunted. Fast forward to the age of 13, I moved to a new city into a much newer house. Nothing happened for several years, and my fears waned. I slept comfortable for years in one of the rooms upstairs. Life events happened. I was forced to switch rooms several times. I moved to another room upstairs across the hall, and back again to my original room. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing could have prepared me for the next move, to the middle of the wide open basement. It started in high school at about 10th grade. I slept underneath a window. Seating area, TV, bathroom, another bedroom were across to my left. A storage space was at the foot of my bed, 2 giant bookcases with a curtain between them, with a fridge and family heirlooms behind them. Now one early morning, I had my first experience. Now at 6 AM, my alarm was set to kill a queen. I was awoken to the song. When I sat up to my best friend, who was dressed as Freddie Mercury at Live Aid, standing at the foot of my bedroom door singing. Only for a brief moment, I blinked and he's gone. The alarm went off. I laugh about it. Nothing too strange for several weeks occurred after. Another night, I was awoken to a chill. I opened my eyes to the dark basement. My eyes pan to the left, and I see a tall, black, shadowy figure quietly floating across the room, passing about 5 feet away from me parallel to the bedside, before disappearing behind the bookcase. It was hauntingly peaceful and quiet. It didn't appear to notice me, but the image was so vivid. It didn't actually scare me, and I slept peacefully after. But whatever was trying to communicate with me saved its most disturbing and sinister for last. Several months later, my room orientation changed. I now slept where the seating area was facing the window I slept underneath. The black shadow now wouldn't move from left to right, instead right to left. It was December and I wasn't feeling great, and I go to bed at 8. I was in a state of sleep that you're just about aware of what's going on, but you kind of feel asleep, like an in-between. Something tells me to sit up. I turned over and sat up, and I see a moonlight white, decomposing face with hollowed out eyes about 12 inches away from me, its face contorting, rotting and disfigured. It was in a crawling position, staring at me. My eyes dart left, and 3 more sat to the couch to the left of me, one with its legs crossed, all facing me, disfigured. This only lasted for a few seconds. I closed my eyes a few times and they were gone. I curled up into the corner against the wall, panicked, fumbled for the TV remote in the dark and turned that on for some light, and I don't sleep for 3 days. When I went back, I never slept comfortably, and I never saw anything like it since. The weirdest thing that ever happened to me in my life was a week ago, and caused me to move out of the house I was renting. Now, this house I was renting was ancient. It must have been at least 100 years old. It had a creepy basement that I never went into. Well, never unless I had to. I stayed there happily with my wife, but she was away for work during this time. Now, a week ago, everything's going well, and I'm peacefully asleep in my bedroom when I hear somebody calling out my voice from the basement. It's my wife's voice. I'm very confused, but think she's come back and is in some kind of danger in my confusion, so I get up quickly to head down there. I have my flashlight, and I'm not kidding. The moment I put my flashlight there, I can't even see the bottom of the stairs. This doesn't make sense because I have my torch on, but it's almost like I've hit a wall of blackness. My flashlight flickers off and I hear the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my life. I drop the torch and immediately bolt it out of there. I quickly pack up some vital necessities, jump into my car, then drive for 3 hours to get to my parents' house. I never went back to that place again. Later in that same day, I get a phone call off of my neighbour asking if I was okay because she heard a blood-curdling scream coming from my house and could see a figure at the very top in the attic. This occurred to my brother. My house was built in 1904. It's a single family home, wooden frames sitting on a concrete block foundation. I've been living there for about 18 years. Of all the weird things that my siblings and me have seen or heard, is all down to this one event and is very vivid. About 15 years ago, my brother and his best friends had started a garage band playing mostly Spanish rock, alternative music but in a Spanish language. His friends could only get together on Sunday afternoons. They would practice in the evening, and they would usually call it quits by about 8 PM. This was the time I usually showed up and went to bed because I worked the graveyard shift. I usually only slept for a few hours before heading to work. This event happened in late fall, so the days were getting shorter. They had just finished a long session when deciding to head to someone else's house came about. My brother headed to his car keys and gives them to his buddy so they can load up all their equipment. Everyone filed out of the basement. The tricky part was that they needed to walk all the way back to the basement, up the back stairs, through the kitchen, down the hall, into the living room, and out into the front where there's a porch. Everyone's outside sitting in my brother's truck waiting for him, My brother was walking up the stairs when he remembered that he left food in a container sitting on a speaker in the basement. He made the decision to go back. Now the basement is not clean. Now the basement itself is full of sight lines. There have been partitions made. The boiler and the main heating unit are right smack bang in the middle. So after my brother walks back, he's about to retrieve his food container when out of the corner of his eye, he sees it. A shadowy figure right at his peripheral vision. The feeling of dread and uneasiness washes over my brother. We had been taught that if you're in the presence of a spirit or a ghost or you get a bad vibe, to very quickly pray or cuss at it. My brother chose the latter and basically swore at it. My brother turns around, not glancing in the dark corner. He starts to walk back towards the basement and briskly up the stairs, closing doors and turning off lights as he was walking out. The last light switch is on the opposite side of the front door. Now luckily the door was open and the light from the street lamp was flooding in the living room with its amber glow. My brother said he felt something at his back just as he walked out the house, but at no point did he want to turn around as he flickered the last switch in the living room and it goes dark. As he stepped out, he pulled onto the door, closing it behind him. He's still holding his canned food container in one hand. He jogged down the few porch steps, walks towards the front gate. Our house resides far from the main street, essentially having a large front yard but no back garden. As he gets close to the gap between himself and his friend, he kind of smiled as he thought everything was over, and he's annoyed that he's scared of nothing, thinking it's in his head. He then climbed into the driver's side of the truck, putting on his seatbelt and getting ready to pull out of the parking spot directly in front of the house when one of his friends says, "Hey, wait, what about your brother? Isn't he coming in with us?" My brother answers, "What do you mean? He went to work earlier in the night. He's already gone." "Do you not see his car?" They all stared at him with disbelief, saying, "Then who was walking behind you then?" Hello everyone, hope you're all doing great. Thank you again for all the kind comments on my last video and on my Instagram. I wanted to say, remember, if you struggle with mental health problems, make sure that you have a good structure in your life. It doesn't sound like much, but it's extremely important for me to stay good and to get everything done and not worry as much. It hasn't got to be the most overstructured thing in the world or too complicated, but just make sure that you have some kind of routine. Like, it'll really do a lot of good for your head, honestly. The worst I get is when I don't have goals or structure, but having them simple things can make the world's difference, so just remember that. I hope you enjoy these stories. I love you, and I'll talk to you all soon. And make sure you check out the podcast below and my Instagram, which is at Joe the Insomniac. So I live in a somewhat medium-sized town with a mix of cities and backwoods areas. A bus stop I usually use is a good mix. It has buildings close by, while also having entryways into the nearby surrounding buildings. One morning, I was waiting in the middle of nowhere for the bus. I realise how late it is in the morning. I get annoyed and decide, since I was bored, I would go into this little walkway/trail that's nearby. Not all the way, just enough to where I could be secluded by the trees. After a while of checking my phone, I hear the bus stopping a little way from me. I head back to see if it's there, and I get a fight or flight response that was very intense. It's like a gunshot. I turn around to see this crouching creature coming out of the secluded area that I was in. It was pitch black. Its arms were about the size of its body. Its head looked like it was an eraser that's used. The most terrifying part of the creature is its size. It's easily the size of a telephone pole. It towered over me, and everything around it. Its hands were large and its fingers were thick, and were about half the size of my arm. I don't know if I should run because I know this thing could catch me easily. Some time passed while it climbed out of the walkway and just stood looking at me. Then the bus pulled up, opens its doors. I look at the bus and back to the creature, but I can't see it now. I look at the bus driver and his face is normal, so I assume that he hasn't seen it. I got on the bus and cried silently for a good 5 minutes. I don't know if this correlated or if it's just my brain, but that night I had a dream of the exact same thing that happened to me. Except the bus doesn't show up and my limbs get ripped off. My friends don't believe me about it. I don't know whether I saw a skinwalker or what, but I hate the fact that the bus driver didn't see it too. I have no idea what it was to this day, and I still get very scared if I go back to that bus stop or I'm near the forest line where this thing come from. I was camping in the middle of nowhere in Washington near Mount Rainier. Like, not an official campground, just way out in the forest where I wouldn't have expected another human for miles. One night, I wake up and hear something. I open my tent, and there's a guy sitting by where I am with my fire, and right beside the tent. Nothing in particular is noteworthy about the situation now or the guy. It's just a regular guy sitting outside where I am, a couple of feet away from my tent. But he's got no pack or anything with him, just a guy there. He saw me open the tent, his eyes got huge like he just saw a ghost, and he took off. It shook me up pretty badly, but over the next day, I managed to put it out of my mind fairly well after writing it off as just some odd occurrence, and somebody probably off his head or something. And maybe it's a coincidence he's near me and he got lost going back to his campsite. Then, 2 days after that, and 10 to 15 miles away in totally random directions that nobody could take the same path as on accident, I was sitting by the fire that night and started hearing noises that got more and more convincing that a person's there. I call out to them, and out of the darkness someone was like, "Do you know how to get the bell crown?" I said no. I didn't even think it was a real thing. They kept talking just out of my line of vision. I tried to see them with my flashlight, but they yelled, "Aim that away," and that kind of spooks me. After like 15 minutes of being very freaked out, and them talking and asking completely random questions from the darkness, it sounded like the voice had gotten closer, so I shined my light again, and it was the same dude who'd been outside the night before. He had to have followed me for almost 15 miles in 2 days, this means. It's not an accident. No way, it's impossible. And as soon as my light hits him, he takes off again. I start to chase him, but didn't want to get lost in the wilderness in the darkness, so stopped quickly after probably 100 or 200 feet. This one couldn't be written off now, because the only way he could have been in both places is specifically if he was following. I decided the trip was very, very unsettling and hike back over the next 3 days, constantly doubling back, trying to throw off anybody from following me. I occasionally hide and see if anyone's there. I really can't describe how terrifying it was to feel like I'm being hunted through the woods, and to actually have to brainstorm on things I could do best to avoid potentially being murdered on. On the first night of hiking out, twice I heard what sounded like a person walking circles outside my tent, but by the time I mustered the courage to look, no one's there. On the second night, I heard what I thought was an animal making noises in the distance, but slowly decided that it sounds more human. It could have been somebody pretending to be an animal though, but it really sounded like a person making howling noises. I almost cried when I finally got back to the car, because the feeling of relief was so strong. To this day, I have literally no idea who this person is or why they were following me, and I don't understand how they were surviving fine without any backpack or tents. That's what scares me the most. They must have been out there for a while. I hate to think what would have happened if I fell asleep with them around. I live in a small town in Kentucky, and I've lived there for my entire life, and because of that, I've been surrounded by the mountains and woods for years. My house is currently nestled into the woods in the middle of nowhere, and thus, outdoor activities has taken up a massive chunk of my life, especially in the summer and fall. I'm in the woods almost daily, hiking to the creeks to fish or meadows to hunt. I know the woods and trails around my home like the back of my hand. That said, there is definitely something that calls to you while you're out in the woods, especially when you're alone, and I've just realised now that after stumbling upon these subs that it's something I probably shouldn't have brushed off, but it's hard to ignore. My parents began allowing me to hike alone when I was around 13, but I didn't get really into it until about 2 years later when I'm 15. Even then though, I wasn't allowed to go far and always had a walkie-talkie. Later at 17, I'm allowed to have a handgun with me, but that's neither here nor there. There's stories I can tell at that age too, but this one happened when I was 15. Before I get into it, I should mention that I have 2 dogs outside, Max a black lab and Bo a beagle. I've had both since I was young, and they're smart, always staying by my side when I'm in the woods. They always listen to me, until this day. I'm hiking a trail that runs up beyond my aunt's house, one that I'd hike in and out of during the day. Now I just get out to enjoy the woods there really. It was in October, so the weather was cool and hot, and I'd been hiking for about an hour. The trail comes out on a spring that runs down from the top of this particular mountain. It hadn't rained that day, so the spring was mostly dry and covered in leaves. I remember looking up the mountains, which I'd never liked to hike to the top of before, but I had this strange call. It wasn't really a voice, but an urge that I can't ignore. Keep in mind that I'm a very timid person, and hiking unfamiliar trails on my own freaks me out to this day. But that day, all my fear had dissipated. I begin hiking higher and higher. My dogs are following. I don't even know how to describe the feeling that came over me, but I just remembered staring down at my feet and feeling at peace as I climbed. There's a moment when I stopped to look out at the houses below. I'd never been so high up. Remember, I felt amazed. I took a picture on my phone, and then I look around me for my dogs. Both had already run off and Max was following. I called out to them frantically to stop, but they don't listen. They disappear. At this point, looking down at the mountainside, I'm very afraid. Then I look back uphill, and it came over me again. I keep hiking. I can't stop. Eventually, I heard my walkie-talkie crackle. Everything was distorted, and I couldn't make out any words. I assume now I was just out of range to pick it up, but back then, it freaks me out. Whatever come over me had now stopped. My dogs were still gone. Panicked, I began running downhill. It's a wonder I don't get hurt. As I near the wide section of the spring near the bottom, my walkie-talkie picks back up, and I heard my dogs running downhill behind me. I gone home, and mostly forgotten about it. I just told myself that I'd been lost and to be more careful. Now fast forward many years to now. I still hike. I commented a short version of this before, but saying I'd add more, and there is more. So last year, I hike up to a cave behind my house. This is something that I've done a million times before, and then I started following a trail that I'd never fully explored, just out of curiosity. Bo was ahead of me as per usual, but When I call back to her, she comes. We hiked for the better part of 45 minutes, following a pretty simple trail. And then I figured out I'd better be heading back because it'd be getting dark soon. And yet I couldn't stop. I kept telling myself I'd go for a little bit further and a bit more. I remembered looking down at my feet, just like before, and listening to the silence of the woods around me, and feeling at peace. It felt so easy just to go deeper, and so difficult to turn around. Bo felt the call too, because even after that, I did break out of it and turn around. And then called her back, and she wouldn't stop. I had to catch up with her and physically turn her around and pet her before she'd come with me. Now these stories really worried me. What if I didn't stumble? What if my mum hadn't decided to contact me at that moment? How deep would I have hiked, and what would have waited for me in the depths? I don't know what's out there, but I do know this. The woods definitely called me. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning, and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved to pretend that we were frontiermen. We built shelters, traps, practiced making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was actually based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we'd walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little way off the track. Of course we knew this was dangerous and we'd likely be trespassing, but we're kids. We had a lot of fun. We'd find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges that nobody went on. We fished, hid from trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. I loved doing this. It was so fun we do it multiple times and never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went on our own ways. We both left home but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so we'd see each other occasionally. But one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We'd do stuff with family in the day, and at night, we'd either catch drinks at the bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe were talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix, so we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night and walk home. The day came. We started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside of our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention that to us. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we'd go the opposite way, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, we had a map, so I gave a what the hell and we set off. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but all in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoking, and then moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before the night set in, we picked a spot to camp in. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the track, so you felt like you're in a tunnel. We had brought the small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting on the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk the area, go around a little, and make sure some dude's house wasn't just over the hill, and we're not just on their yard. We'd walk maybe 100 feet or so into the woods, up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from the top of the short hill, we'd be okay. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods, just barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed that it was a sugar shack or something, but there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in there either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly. As we neared the building, we saw it wasn't a sugar shack at all, instead an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building, and the wooden planks are almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on the top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a build-up section in the front the preacher would stand on. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there were no signs of anybody else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot that we had picked to camp at. Having a hill between us, we felt a lot safer, but we're still on edge. We chalk it up to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods. Besides, at this point, it was dusk and we decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on early morning. Night set in. As we lay in our hammocks, we start talking, and we begin to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. "You hear that? What the hell? It sounds like someone singing." And at this point, we both slid right out of our hammocks, hunkered down, starting to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we moved back up the hill to spy from where they are. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. The moon was barely out, but provided enough light for us to walk there. We don't use flashlights because obviously we don't want to be seen. It's coming from the church and the singing's coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and heard a conversation. It sounded like they were talking in tongues almost. The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickers, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung exactly. It sounded like church music, but another version in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We have no intention of getting closer either. We're about a football field length away now. The singing continued and then stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the life out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you'd see in movies, but they were speaking a different language and we can't get a word of it. Eventually it got to where the male single voice would say something, then another lot would answer in song. This lasted for a while, then they all broke out into this long sustained wail that just kept getting louder, and it's so disturbing. At this point, I was getting ready to say, "Let's get out of there," but Joe says, "Hey, they're coming." And we get far enough away that we couldn't really make them out well. But what we could see was a line of people seemingly coming straight towards us, still singing. We book it down the hill to our campsite, grab our stuff and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them is shaking. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we can, eventually seeing the lights and the end of the road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it. As we walked there, we get to a 24-hour gas station and call my wife to get us. My wife and other friends all just think it's kids messing around, but we sure as hell know there weren't kids singing like that. We're not sure who those people were, but it's definitely the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. When I was 19, I used to love going for early morning runs alone in the woods outside my college campus. I never saw another person on my trail, and I really enjoyed the silence in the early morning. However, one day, I was feeling unwell and decided to stop about halfway in. I was relatively close to the outskirts of the woods. I kneel over and got sick. I then hear snapping and crunching behind me and turn and see a guy running right towards me in all black, seemingly out of nowhere. He's definitely not out for an early morning jog like me. I can't describe the feeling of dread that washed over me as he silently quickens his pace towards me. I pulled myself together and ran out there as fast as possible. I ran my first and only 6-minute mile that day and never went to go in them woods again. This happened to my roommate and I 2 years ago, when we drove into the national forest just outside of the town I lived in. We go to a small college in New England, about 3 hours away from any major city. For context, this forest had quite a few urban legends surrounding it, and the local community, although they'd go there often, having a lot of superstitions about being safe there and what you need to do. I just broke up with my partner and my roommate could sense I'm down. Finals are around the corner, so she decides to help me get out of my mind and suggests we go to a few spots there that she's found and just chill and de-stress. We took a couple of beers with us and drove to this secluded spot in the forest. From the moment we left the main asphalt road into the forest, I saw a couple of things that unsettled me. You could see the abandoned houses of a ghost town from the higher ground that the road is on, and we saw this old doll hanging from a rope on a tree. Creepy, but we didn't really give it a second thought and kept driving. We got to a clearing and parked our car behind some trees, popped open the back of our SUV, and started just talking, playing music. About 10 minutes into this, 2 cars appeared on the road and parked in the clearing. My friend doesn't pay attention to them. Instead, she keeps talking, but I was facing them from where I sat, and I couldn't stop seeing what they did. A guy popped out of the car, another does too, and they talk, and then I saw them take out a long object covering dark plastic bags from the back of the car. This is when I noticed one of them has a gun, not like a shotgun either. They then start lighting the bag on fire. I told my friend to get down. She turned around and saw them for the first time, black smoke rising from the bags, and between them, trying to keep my head down and steal glances as I saw them take out another object. I heard them shoot at it before they set it on fire. I don't know how long my friend and I were laying there in silence, but definitely long enough to let the terror sink in. At this point, I look up and saw they're pointing at our car and they start walking into the woods, maybe trying to follow our tracks or find us. All I know is that right then, I told my friend jump into the driver's seat and we gotta make a run for it. I shut the back door between that and the car starting up. The guys hear this and actually start sprinting towards us. We went over a hill and drive as far as we can to try and get safe, then into the neighbouring town and roamed around for a while, just making sure we're not being followed. That day, we tried to make fun of the whole situation and got drunk, but started crying because we saw something we shouldn't have, and we were in grave danger. I honestly don't know how to explain this strange handwritten letter I received last week. For my backstory, my family and I have been staying with my parents for 3 months because I've had some health problems. We didn't tell a lot of people because we were still in the same town and everyone was sheltering in place anyway. Last month, my mum told me I had received a letter in the mail and I could tell by her voice she was irritated and intrigued. It was strange that there was even mail there because I've only been there for a couple years. It was never the permanent home, and I hadn't been there for long. I head downstairs and she hands me a letter, addressed to me but using my maiden name. I've been married over 10 years and my name is now distinctly different. The return address is from Patty C. I don't know anyone by the name. Now to reiterate, my parents don't actually own this home, so we're obviously very interested to see the contents of the envelope. But I open it and unfold a handwritten letter. Well, it's a note on a 9.5 by 11 ruled notebook paper. The letter is very personal, so I won't write it out, but it goes into detail about my health and how this person cares deeply and is praying for me. She writes as though we're best friends. At the bottom it's signed with PS to call her any time. Now my mum and I are so incredibly confused and concerned about this person, and I decide to call the number, and a woman picks up and I ask for Patty C. The woman pauses and sighs and explains that her mother, Patty C, died a year and a half ago. I immediately apologise, about to hang up. More bewildered than ever when this woman asks why I'm calling for her mother on her cell phone. I'm not sure what to say and stumble through an explanation about receiving a letter. Kim is silent for a while, then says she's only had this cell number for 6 months. Well, after her mother's passing, I apologise again and say there must have been a mistake. My mum and I decide to Google the address and it's a small public park in town. I'm so confused by this, like honestly, I have no idea what this could be or what it means. Back in the late 80s, I was in college and lived in a dorm room. I never owned an Ouija board, but if someone had one, I'd either watch or participate. To be honest, this was one of the first times I used one. I had a question for the board. My grandmother had my father when she was young and single. That was a big deal in the late 1930s. When she found out she's pregnant, she ran away from home, dropped my father off at her parents' house when he was 6 months old and left, coming to visit less and less frequently. By the time he was 5, she never come back at all and disappeared. So my father was raised by an aunt, never really knew his mother, and didn't have any idea who his father was. By the time he's in his late 40s, he wanted to find her. Lots of dead ends, and this was frustrating. Anyway, that night, I asked the board if my grandmother's alive and it said yes. I asked if she lives in my home state, the board said yes. I asked if she lived in my hometown and it said yes. I say what street she lived on. It spelled out the name of a street. I'll just call it Washington Street. The real name was very uncommon. Now at the time, I wasn't really sure if there was a Washington Street in my hometown. Turns out there was. No, Grandma didn't live there, but 2 years later, my father found his mum. She lived in my home state, in the town of Washington. It wasn't the street name, it was the town name. But how messed up is that? More than 30 years later, I still have no explanation for this. Hey everyone, this story is long and requires a lot of context, but be patient because it's worth it. I created this count to really talk about a couple of things that I've been through in the last 2 years because frankly, I've started to forget some of my older experiences from new ones piling up. Chronologically, this is like my 8th or 9th one now, and I want to share it. This story takes place at a cabin in Vermont. 1 room, 16 by 16, lofted area, wood stove for heat, no running water, attachment with a compositing toilet pretty far away, nestled into a dirt road off a dirt road. Both are from former login roads. Now, my girlfriend found the place on CL and wanted to move into it together because, in lieu of rent, we could provide 8 hours of labour a week to the landlord. I like the adventure and wild settings, and I was nervous that if she went in without me, she's gonna be over her head. The backstory on the cabin is that it was built by a man, initials DC, in the mid-70s. DC suffered from schizophrenia and lived in the cabin while renting out another cabin for some property income. Somewhere along the lines, he had a couple renting his property who couldn't actually pay and wouldn't move out, and it upsets him. While they were gone, he burned their home to the ground. In the fallout, their relationship ended and they drifted away. DC built another cabin, a shack really, which is 2 4x8 rooms with a 7-foot ceiling adjacent to the rubble, and moves in. I assumed that was so he could rent out the larger cabin, but no one I spoke to about it could actually confirm so. Most of the history comes from the landlord who briefly knew DC, and a college friend of his who lives on the mountain in a shack made out of some tarps and plastic with a propane cooking stove for heat. Now he's a dear humble man and beautiful artist who did not like talking to strangers, but he and I connect over the love of nature and our willingness to get the aesthetic in the pursuit of freedom. The shack stands on the property, but the roof is full of holes and is terribly rotten. It is frankly questionable how a structure as unsound as this stays up, but it does. The shack overlooks the cabin and can be seen looking out from the bathroom window and the southwest window in the main cabin. It was unearthly to see in the moonlight. This story takes place on November 18th of last year, roughly 2 weeks after my girlfriend and I moved in. Kay's my girlfriend, well I'm just gonna call her that for this. Kay had some problems, and still does. I loved her dearly, though, and at this point in time we were inseparable. The day started normally. She went to work and I stayed home, gave the dog a bath. A statty stopped by looking for her, second time she was out, and delivered a card. I texted her a photo and told her to get in touch without thinking, and that sets her off. I had to go to work, so I sent her a message that said I trusted her and would see her later. I went to work with the landlord, a mean old POS of the bad yogi variety, and left my phone in my coat. We were bucking logs and splitting wood, which was warm work that day, as the old saying goes, so I tossed my coat to the side. I don't hear my phone ring. When we're done splitting wood, he needed my help to drop off a car for his repair. He needed my help because he doesn't have friends and the place we're going was at some random rustic shop, because he thought he could make the guy work for extra cheap. On the way back, I finally took a look at my phone, and there's one message you never ever want to see, a suicidal note. We got back to the mountain and I'm at a loss. My car had been sitting since the day I brought it over because the battery is dead. It had no gas in it because I forgot my wallet. The last time I drove it, to her and the car, the reliable one. So that's wherever she is and she won't answer my text messages. I try calling her relatives but no luck. So I mentioned the predicament to the landlord, and he cracks a joke that she's already gone, before covering up with a very hollow, it's usually nothing. He says I can have a half gallon of gas from a gas can and he'll give me a jump, but that's it. I honestly don't care, because it was enough to get me moving. I'm in no mood for jokes. So I set out. Jumper cable was in the passenger seat, $3 in my pocket for gas. Literally all I had at this point, because you don't work for rent if you're flush with cash. I white-knuckled it to town, praying with my soul that she's alright. I drove all the way over to the spots with no luck, and went to the bar where her sister works to try and find her. She wasn't working, so I gave the bartender my number and said to reach out if he sees her and that it's urgent. Then I went to Kay's work and asked how she was when she left. Her employer told me that she left bitterly, swearing that she was going to end it, but she hadn't done anything because it didn't seem important. Now I'll let that sit there for a moment. Then a glimmer of hope. Her sister had heard from her A single text message with the letter S. After roughly 5 hours up against it, we knew she was still breathing. You can't imagine the relief I felt, so I went home to wait, kept on texting her encouragement. Night fell, and I was in the cabin alone waiting. I'm a little bit of a poet, so I finally sent this poem. Sweet baby girl, out on your own. Who knows the way that you're going to be guided back home? We love you, we miss you. Our beating hearts have flown out from our cheeks to seek our missing one. She then came home, half an hour later, staggering through the door, falling into my arms, sobbing. She said that she had stopped there 3 times on her way up to the mountain because she didn't have the strength to return. I asked her how she was, and she said she felt heavy and cold, like she'd fallen down a dark hole. She said she couldn't find her way out, that she lost the light. I specifically remember her saying she felt like something was trying to swallow her and wouldn't let go. Then she looks at me and says she thought that something from the cabin or mountain was attacking her through the Ouija board. At this point, I felt thoroughly fed up against it. Her Ouija board is over 100 years old, one of the original ones made out of a single piece of wood. I had seen it once or twice and didn't like it much, because my background is kind of Christian, and it strongly believes in the existence of demons and spirits. Now, depending on who you ask, an Ouija board is like a direct door to hell. Her board is stored in a closet under the cabin, reachable only by steep dirt paths, tucked in any one of a random assortment of boxes. The last time that Kay went down there, she very nearly fell onto a pair of scissors. To put it bluntly, there were bad vibes and they're strong, so I told her I would deal with it if she agreed to follow my orders until we were done. She was nearly dead on her feet and agreed. The first thing I did was climb into the loft and got my crucifix. It was a gift from a man I met walking my dog, passed down to him from his German grandmother, who had blessed it by a Catholic priest. I have another story about the crucifix, but it's not for today. I sit her on the couch and hand her the crucifix, with the order to hold it in front of her and not say anything. My father is a pastor. My mother is a devote, so I called them. I told my mum the situation, and she said, "You can't exercise a board, because it's inherently evil," to which I replied, "I know, but I can drive away anything coming through it, and bind its power." I tell her to pray for me for my protection and success, and she said she would. I cleared my desk, so I had a place to put the board when I get back. Laid my Bible on it to be ready to hand. I put on my coat and look at the front door. I didn't want to go out. I can't tell you how much I did not want to. The board made me feel uncomfortable on a good day. Now, I had to go to find it in the closet in the dark by myself with full knowledge that it's trying to kill my girlfriend. I put on a crappy headlamp, muster my courage and step out. It was dark, there was a slight breeze, and the area felt heavy. Imagine the feeling of resistance of walking into a heavy wind, but without the wind to justify the intensity. Now, I shuffled down the embankment to the closet, took a deep breath and opened the door. The headlamp only lit half the space, and I didn't enjoy that. Fortunately for me, the board was in the first box I opened. We kept it wrapped up in a purple piece of wool with moon and stars on it, that I got from the man who gave me the crucifix. With the intention of keeping it, both tucked away and relatively spaced away from everything. Now, unfortunately for me, it's half unwrapped, and the naked board is hanging out in the cold. I picked it up by the covered part and wrapped it up. I took one step and something happened. I say something because it felt like I stumbled, but I didn't. I was anticipating and don't want to drop the board, so I was moving very slow, but I put my foot down and had to brace myself and keep from falling over. The second step was much the same, and I can't really describe it because I didn't feel a hand or a shove, and my feet didn't slip or slide, but my balance was all over. I carefully climbed up the embankment, went back in, and set the board in the spot I'd made for it. I unwrapped the board, placed my Bible directly between me and it. I sat down, put my hands flat on my desk, and wait for it. I cast out the evil. I bound out the board with the most powerful, clear, distinct language I can. Dealing with an evil spirit is like a wish of a genie, and you really don't want to leave loops. As soon as I stop speaking, the heavy feeling that had been lingering over me vanishes. I wrapped the board up and asked Kay if it worked. She smiles and nodded, and said that she could see the light again and was feeling better. Now there's one last wrinkle I wanted to leave you with, and I swear this is true. The night before that all happened, I had a dream that I ran out onto a pier into the ocean through fierce winds, crashing waves to get to Kay. I carried her back as storm winds howled and tried to get us back out of the sea. When we made it to land and looked for shelter, I opened the door in a pillar and thrust her ahead of me. Then I went in and found the room full of people in historical garb, some 1920s era, some earlier. I want to say there were 12 or 13, but it was a dream, so I can't remember. I do remember a little boy, newsy style, with a thick blood coming down from under his cap and a very haunting look in his eye. I opened the door and pulled us both from the room, and that's when I woke up. Here's how my mother tells it. It's 1979, when my mother was 15 or 16. A larger group of my extended family are gathered in my grandma's house in rural Iowa, where most of them lived. They were there to discuss what was to be done with my recently deceased grandmother's house. You see, my great-grandmother hated the house, and so, in the final 6 months of her life, had built another house on the same plot of land, which I guess wasn't in accordance with the state's plot laws. As any logical thinker would do, they decided to ask my great-grandmother herself. A Ouija board in hand, the female members of the family walked out into the night to do their seance, which was just down the dirt road from where they were. The house was built in the mid-19th century, had 6 bedrooms, was huge from what I can gather. However, it doesn't have electricity, so they brought candles to light the space. About half of the women were there in attendance and are believers, with the other half being skeptics. This leads to some frustration with the asking of questions to the Ouija board. However, sometime in the night, the energy of the house totally changes. One of my aunts asks if Margaret was there, and they don't get a response from the board. Instead, a piece of tinsel on the doorway starts to swing as though it's a pendulum. It would be easy to say it was the wind or atmospheric pressure that could have accounted for the change. However, keep in mind it's a large house and the room surrounding the central living room acted as a wind block. It's also worthwhile to point out that the candles at this point flickered or went out. The movement continues with every question, back and forth like a pendulum. Finally, someone asked what was to be done with the house. The tinsel stopped moving altogether and began moving violently in the opposite direction. The tinsel stopped responding after that question, so they moved back to the Ouija board. No sooner had they done this when it spelled out a very cryptic message, B-U-R-N-I-T. They then sprint out of there and call the volunteer fire department. About 7 years ago, my wife and I were on a road trip driving past a provincial park in NW, Ontario, after its official closure from the season, and decided to drop in and spend a few hours having a picnic lunch by a lake. The park was totally deserted with the ranger/check station closed, but the park gate opened, and unmanned we drove past and drove down the roads to the campgrounds a few miles in. She had to use the washroom, so I pull up to a group of outhouses that are there for the campers. I park about 20 feet away and sat in the truck staring at the woods while she went into one of them. It was a sunny, quiet, peaceful day. Then after a few minutes, she came back into the truck, slams the door and shouts at me, "What is your problem?" I'm shocked and said, "What are you talking about?" And she says, "There's 3 outhouses. Could you have used one of them instead of trying to get to mine?" I said, "What?" She said, "Almost the whole time I was in there, you kept rattling and pulling the door trying to get in. I thought you were trying to break it." I told her that I didn't know what she was talking about. I said, "What the hell? I was here the whole time. There was no way I was there. You would have heard the truck open." We then went quiet and stared at each other, realizing just how quiet it is. I snap out of it and gun the truck out of there, and we never came back to that park. I wouldn't even go within 100 miles of it. This happened 2 years ago, and since the anniversary just passed, I thought I should finally share my story. My fiance and I were on the second night of our 2-night camping trip at a popular campground about half an hour from where I lived. Now, we live in a predominantly white, conservative and racist area. That part is important, and my husband is black. On our first night, we keep hearing noises in the woods around us. The campsite right beside our one to the right is occupied, but the one to our left is not. The campsites are about 150 yards apart, and we had camped here in the exact same plot the year before. Needless to say, we were familiar with the area and the various kinds of animals that lived in the woods. The first night we heard shuffling around our tent. It was obvious something large had moved around. We brushed it off and assumed it was just a deer. Now back to the main event. On August 11, we spent the day at the battlefields, a town over, with my family. They'd all been invited to join us for the day, but my fiance, as a surprise for me, proposed to me. We stayed with my family into the evening, at about 6 p.m, before heading back to our campsite. When we got back, things were really odd. Someone had obviously been in our tent. Our blankets were thrown around and clothes were on the floor, backpack being rearranged, but hey, we were stupid 19-year-olds and decided that since whoever had busted in hadn't taken anything, everything's fine. We set up a campfire and sat out until it's dark, roasting hot dogs and s'mores, smoking cigarettes and celebrating our engagement. Around 9:30 p.m, we put out the fire and decided to go into our tent for the night to celebrate a little more. Now, we immediately hear noises outside of the tent again, but this time we focus in. We heard clear footsteps at this point, a man whispering. We look at each other with our eyes wide. Someone was definitely walking around our tent. We were still and completely silent, just listening to the footsteps we heard whispering again. There's 2 men around there. As if we had the ability to read minds, my fiance said, "I have to go to the bathroom," and I agreed. The bathroom was up the hill from our site. Most people who are in lower sites like ours drove their cars up to the bathroom. Now, here's the part where I get chills. We got up and were getting dressed, and my fiance just turned on a light in our tent, put his blinder on, when a man spoke directly in front of us saying, "What are you doing?" I can't even describe how malicious and menacing his voice sounds. It was clearly directed at us. He said it with a horrible tone. He was watching us through the tent. Again, because we're stupid, we decided to just go and run to the car. My fiance grabbed his pocket knife and keys and stepped out of the tent. He pulled me with him and we ran like hell to the car. I heard footsteps running behind us, and then turning and running up to another campsite. At the bathroom, we talk over our options. We talk about sleeping in the car or driving to another town. Then, we have another idea. We drive back down to our campsite and begin packing up everything to the car. It was around midnight. We moved faster than I think either of us actually could be able to, wrapping up the tent with our belongings still in it, grabbing our folding chairs. We were all packed in 5 minutes and hopped into the car to leave. I jumped out at the end of the drive and grabbed our nameplate. As we pulled out of the campsite, I realised we can finally see the assailants. Stalking through the woods onto our campsite were tall white men. I realised they were the same men that had been driving past the campsite the whole time, just glaring at us, muttering. One was wearing camo hunting gear, the other had a Confederate flag tank top, both carrying hunting knives. They have them in a way that they're ready to attack. They turned when they saw our car, and one started to make chase until the other stopped him. I made eye contact with the man in camo and he smiles the most terrifying smile I've ever seen in my life. He just shakes his head slowly as we got away. We drove the long way home. We're taking the hardest roads back. When we got home, we told my dad everything and he shrugs it off as us being paranoid. So I never told anybody else really. I am convinced to this day that it was going to be a racially motivated attack. The campground's not heavily populated, and my fiancé was the only non-white person at the campsites. It was no accident that the two men had been shadowing us since our arrival and wore Confederate flags and had one on their truck. I still get chills when I think about it and how close we were to being killed or seriously hurt that night, and just how lucky it was that our reckless plan had actually worked to get out of there. This was truly the scariest, most horrible thing that's ever happened to me. I've never been so petrified in my life. To this day, I don't know who this man was or what he was trying to do, or if he's still where I saw him. I'm sorry for how long the geographical description is. I just want everyone to understand how truly secluded I was when this happened, how badly it could have ended if it weren't for my parents. So I was back for the summer for the first time after starting university. Our home was, or still is, just outside of a small town with forest all around. There's also a small lake by it, which was diverged from a river that ran from miles through the forest and ran into a few streams east of the lake. Near my home, there was a small grassy path which led to the river following a stream. It was a long walk, but one I used to go on often as a child. I knew the forest there well. I knew where I could cut through the dense trees to make the stream. The walk I would go on always led me off the path which turns northwest slowly, so away from the stream, and then took a sharp turn west after a few miles, at which point the stream was hidden quite deep into the forest. I'd continue to walk north and follow the stream through the forest to get to the river, then follow the river west to get to the lake. It's easy to get lost in this forest because the terrain isn't just a slope down to the water, it goes up and down, and you end up completely surrounded by trees. I'd spent many days wandering around there alone or with my dad over the span of 18 years. I never saw anybody else there. I went there twice that summer, both times alone-ish. The first time I left in the morning, I walked along the path from the stream to the sharp bend, then cutting into the forest. I reached the stream after an hour or so. As I was running my hands through the water, I heard a bell from far away, coming from the north. Something was making a bell ring frequently and periodically, which I found strange. I listened well, wondering if it was a lost dog or something, and start moving towards the sound. I bloody know I'd be the first person to die, but I was heading north anyway, so what the hell. I realised it could have been an animal. I could tell the bell was heavy. I don't think it's an animal now, because it's so clear that it's not on a collar. I kept moving, and the bell was moving away from me. It then completely stops. The stream wasn't big enough or strong enough to carry a bell. That could have been enclosed in a tin or something. The river was too far still. I thought of everything, but nothing could explain the sound apart from one obvious thing, which I just didn't feel comfortable with for some reason. I knew it had to be a person. I stopped thinking about it and just walked on normally. Until I found a badger, one that was dead. It was laying weirdly, and it wasn't as though an animal had attacked it. The smell was really bad too. Now the sound of the bell had been following the stream, so had I, and the badger was put there. Maybe it even died there. It was really weird. Now nothing else happens that day. Now 1 week later, I went back for the second time that summer and last time ever. I left home at around 6 PM. I made it to the stream, then walk into the river. It's an hour, and then decide to go back the way I came because it's getting late and it was raining heavily. The sun set around 9 PM. I was walking as fast as I could. The sound of the rain and the trees seemed surreal and loud. I knew that somewhat trotting with my head down for a while through the clearest and most open parts of the forest might not have been the best idea when I bumped into something quite heavy. The smell was horrible, and there's another badger. It's just not natural how it's been placed there from a tree. It looks like it's a load of blocks put together. I gagged. As I walked into it, fluid fell on me. It was repulsive. At first I just stared at it, gobsmacked. What animal could do this? I was soaked in rain, and my senses are overwhelmed yet confused. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been thrown over me when I realised that I walked the same way to get to the river, so someone had put it up there after I passed it, knowing I'd see it. So, someone was watching me, running around the forest where the faint sounds of branches are breaking around me, and they're not animals. I look around and start my run. I was half running, half walking away from the stream back towards the path for a while when I heard the bell again. I proceeded to call my dad while running. I told him to meet me on the path where it sharply turns west. It was the closest part of the path to me, to go as fast as he could, and that someone's in the forest. I can't explain the feeling I had. It was like I just shut out my intense stomach feeling. I literally felt the hairs on my neck raise despite it being wet. It was dark. I jog as fast as I can. I'm panicking because the path is far away and I do not feel safe. It was still raining. Every single sound is muffled. I felt like everything was further away than ever before. The bell went on for longer than last time, on and off. I felt like it was surrounding me at one point. The fear combined with my compromised hearing and the fact that I couldn't flip and breathe properly was making me slightly loose of my sense of direction. I was automatically heading southwest, but I was really sure that I might not be going the right way. I was breathing like a goddamn horse, coughing my lungs up, kind of crying out loud like a toddler does, tripping over leaves and twigs like an idiot. I stayed on the phone with my mum, who was on her way with my dad. I kept hearing sounds, but I wasn't sure what they were. My mum was screaming on the phone at the same time that they're on the path and that I need to run. Now apparently my dad had actually gotten out and was heading east from the path behind. I was so terrified I went into survival mode. I was doing the half running, half speed walking again because I'm out of breath. But then, I heard branches break, clear footsteps for the first time from down in the forest, and the bell ringing louder now. I don't dare to look over my shoulder. That's when I first saw what was in the forest with me, a tall figure creeping in my direction at the very end of the clearing, ringing this bell in front of his stomach. I could tell he was staring straight at me. Now, I don't know if I had a hidden secret, sprinting ability, or instinctual adrenaline-induced superhuman powers, but when I tell you I ran for my life, I really mean it. I screamed out, I'm on the phone to the police, they're on the path with you. Dad, I can see you, I'm here. I wanted to yell, Dad, please tell me where you are, but of course I was too smart for that. I felt like something awful was about to happen. I felt like the man was right behind me. I kept telling myself not to look back. I was gasping and wheezing, crying so hard that my eyes hurt. I feel shivers. I've never felt fear quite like it. It doesn't feel real. This just can't be happening to me. My legs feel like they're not working. I finally hear my dad shouting my name, and I knew he was coming my way and that he could see me because of the intuition of his voice. I pretty much lunged at him. We catch one another. My dad heard the bell too. My mum could hear it on the phone waiting in the car. We went directly to the police station. I got medical attention soon after. My dad burst into tears in the car, said he could hear the bell, and thought he wouldn't be able to see me. Asked if I didn't have my phone, and what would have happened then. They were almost as terrified as me because they witnessed everything through the call. They could hear me running and the danger and couldn't see it. The police couldn't really do much. They searched the area and they just found a folded up t-shirt under a rock. And my bag was never recovered. They said it was probably someone homeless in the forest, but what actually happened to me that day just doesn't make sense for somebody to be homeless. I'm not blaming anyone. The entire thing's my fault. There are just so many what ifs. I want to believe it was just someone who decided to live in the woods and hunt, but were a bit mentally unstable and they felt anger that I come into their territory. But this was too insidious. This was too planned and methodic. They must have known that I was out there alone, and that I was far from help. To this day, I can't bloody go anywhere near where I'm gonna be alone or the sound of bells. I struggle with the smell of moss too. Anyway, I'm so thankful for my parents and my phone that I was able to actually write this now, because God knows what would have happened if I didn't have them two things. This story took place over 30 years ago and is from my childhood. Now, I didn't live too far away from some fields and a forest, and I would often go there just to have some nice fresh air and to get away from everything. This all changed one day, however. It wasn't a product of my own complacency, more so randomness that I'm going to get into. Now, I set off on this day like all my others, happy and at a nice comfortable walk-in pace. I have to go through a couple of fields and jump a gate, move past a power line, and just jump over a small stream. Now I'm at the start of the forest. There's moss covering most of the trees here. I know my way round pretty well, so I never worry too much. I feel very at peace here, but I don't like to overstay, because I know it can take a while to get back, and my thoughts can sometimes turn on me. So I continue like normal. I decide to stop for a second. I have a strange feeling that something's off, that I can't quite put my finger on. The feeling actually doesn't go away, and it's kind of frustrating. I decide to just close my eyes and lay back for a second. That turns into a 10-minute nap. I check my watch. I think, wow, it's been 3 hours, but I look again, it's only been 10 minutes. As I open my eyes, I get a little confused and readjust to my surroundings. I know I'm still in the same spot because my bag's there, but there are rocks that have perfectly been arranged in a circle around me, along with a big X next to my bag. I know for a fact that I haven't done this in my sleep. I call out for anyone, and suddenly, I hear a strange tapping on a tree further in the distance. I don't bother sticking around to investigate. I grab my bag and begin to sprint back as fast as I possibly can. I never went back to that forest, and I never told anyone about my experience until now. I still have no idea what the hell that was or what it could have meant. I still get nightmares sometimes just thinking about it, Even now, I'm starting to feel paranoid and feeling my palms sweat just typing this. This happened many years ago, when I was 17. I'm now a 30-year-old male for context. When I was a teenager, I lived in Marin County, a quiet suburb just north of San Francisco. However, most of my buddies lived in San Francisco, and most nights I could be found riding my bike around from and across Golden Gate Bridge. I really enjoyed long bicycle rides at night. I'd often be high as a kite, iPod on my favourite playlist, passing by weirdos and street urchins, admiring the desolate beauty of the bay. One of my favourite places to ride my bike was through Poseido. Poseido is the last neighbourhood you pass in San Francisco before making your way onto the Golden Gate Bridge. It's famous for its old and beautiful military housing. There's also enormous eucalyptus trees and forestry. At night, it's dead and quiet, and the only people you can see out are late night Chinese fishermen on the pier down by the water, or people flying down the freeway into the city. Anyway, this one night I was coming back from hanging out with some friend, riding my bike through there on the way home. It was leisurely, going past the hills and the trees, when I noticed a single older black car, something like an Oldsmobile, coming up on a perpendicular road to me. As I get closer, it took a left, blinding me for a moment as it passes. I don't think much of it at the time, but here and there you might see a couple cruising to go and make out by the bridge, or a car full of kids gonna smoke something near there at the old pet cemetery beneath the highway. A few minutes later, I had mostly climbed up the hill, and that takes me closer to the entrance of the bridge that looks down on Crissy Field. This road is dark with barely any lights, and I was enjoying looking down towards the water to my right when I noticed a car coming from behind me. I looked behind me and saw the same old black Oldsmobile, maybe 20 yards behind me with its lights off, driving very strangely at a crawl speed. I tried to wave past them, but the car just keeps on strolling slowly behind me. It was too dark to see who might be driving. The fact that the car had its lights off almost immediately struck me as a red flag, as well as the fact that it was deliberately tailgating me. I gave it a few more yards and tried to wave it past, but nothing. I'm now spooked. I took a sharp left on my bicycle and began bombing down the hill in the opposite way. This route would take me back deeper into a more secluded wooded area by the cemetery and air hangars. For a moment, I felt relieved until I heard a screeching of car wheels and glanced behind me to see the Oldsmobile with its lights off now passing behind the trees coming down the same hill as me. Now the Oldsmobile would have had to have made an extremely unusual U-turn, especially considering how narrow the roads are. Terrified now, I began pedaling faster away from the Oldsmobile, but as I pick up pace, so does the Oldsmobile. Using all my strength, I go as quick as I can up a hill, through some trees, jumping off the bike. I now run to find a bush to hide in. Hanging off the side of the hill, hidden in ivy, I was just below the road. I look up, but couldn't see anything. I suddenly hear the car pass and wait a few minutes before I heard it slowly approaching, no indication from headlights, and then pass by again and again for nearly 20 minutes or so, and I'm terrified hiding in the bush. Finally, I mustered the courage to get back on my bicycle, riding as fast as I possibly can back to the bridge. In the darkness, listening to myself pant. It felt like forever, but finally, I can see the glaring lights of the Golden Gate Bridge, but then again, I heard the car. I look behind me to see it. I smash through and make it to the parking lot. I rode up the pedestrian sidewalk next to the toll, get off my bike, under the light and chain smoke for a while. I never saw the car again on the bridge, nor did I see it again when I made it back to Marin. Back when I was younger, I used to enjoy going for walks through a forested area to go and see my friend. Now, it wasn't a very long walk, but the woods were long enough to get lost in. I had my good friend. I would always go and see him, and we'd always hang out. Never in the forest per se, but we always passed through it to get to things we wanted to do, and this day was no different. I've already met up with my friend now, and we're just going through a pass. As we do so, we notice an overwhelming smell of smoke. This is weird because we've never really smelt it like this before. We think maybe a building's on fire near us. We end up sitting down and talking for a while. We know we're going to be too early for the film we're going to watch, so we decide just to hunker down. Within about 10 minutes, we realise that visibility's dropped and the smell of smoke is truly overwhelming. We get up and realise that there's actually a fire only a few meters away from us. We look around and panic sets in as we realise that about half of the forest is actually on fire and we're trapped. We both let out screams as we realise what's happening, and due to parts of the burnt forest we can't actually figure out which way we need to go to get out. I tell my friend to cover his face with his shirt and just follow me. There's only one way we can get out, down a small stream, and I know roughly where it should be. It's now getting very hot around us and I can hear fire engines in the distance. We end up making it to the stream, and we literally have to jump in because there's fire on both sides of us. We make it through and eventually manage to make it to a road. Now, what makes this even more terrifying is that it come into the local news a few days later that a crazy person was trying to set fire to this whole forest knowing there were people in it. The fact that me and my friend were sitting there talking so oblivious still haunts me to this day. When I was younger, every year for Christmas I would drive upstate to my aunt's house along a stretch of highway. I can't for the life of me remember the road. All I know is that it runs near Arkin, New York at some point. It's mostly a drive through rural areas with little to no towns nearby. So it's the dead of night, and my groggy self has gotten off a long shift and had to drag myself to my aunt's house since my extended family was expecting me the following morning. Near halfway through the drive I realise I'm very low on gas. It annoys me. My brother told me he filled it up, but he hasn't. I saw an archaic looking sign for a gas station off the next road. It wasn't an official road sign, literally a pole with a slab of metal attached with gas off the next exit or something. That seemed a little sketchy, but people do the same thing with fruit stands on the highway, so whatever. I pull off of the next exit on some dilapidated country road through dense woods. The whole thing was creepy and surreal. I kept expecting Leatherface to come running at me. Eventually I come to the gas station and realise quickly that it's not been open for years. It was all rusted and the convenience store roof is caving in. The gas pumps had all been taken out as well. I pull over next to it and check my gauge. I would probably only make it another half mile before running out, so I called AAA, and they said they're gonna send a truck. Now the waiting game. I left my engine on because of the headlights, and it's pitch black, and my paranoid self didn't want to be sitting next to an abandoned gas station in the dark for what felt like forever. So most of the wait is actually uneventful, until I sense movement around the side of the old store, where my lights are pointed. I look up and didn't see anything more, so I look back down at my phone. Then, over the sound of the night, I hear someone yell, "Hey buddy, come here," in a demanding tone. I look up, and there's a guy standing by the old store, staring down at me, illuminated by my headlights. He looks like a run-of-the-mill homeless guy. I was spooked, and figured that he must have been squatting there watching me. I say, "Yeah, what's up?" You got any change? Nah, sorry man. I look up at him, and he has this vacant expression. Then I see more movement. There are heads, about 20 or so, peeking around the trees beyond the man I'm talking to. I can't see them clearly, but there are definitely people there. Literally just heads, staring in the direction from around the trees. I then see another guy beginning to walk from around the gas station, so I peel off. I get as far away from that place as I can, and update the AAA on my location. The driver came back over and filled me up. I didn't say anything, but he left, and I want to call the cops. I called the nearest sheriff department. When I get to my aunt's house, they called me back and said they're all gone, but they found a lot of different signs that people have been living there. The whole situation freaks me out, but frankly, I consider myself lucky to be able to even tell this story, knowing that nothing happened to me. My mum was always very cautious of the bad things that could happen to her children. She would take all three of us, my brother, sister and I, to school, all at the same time in the morning, and she works very close to where the school is. I remembered I was begging to bike to school since I got a new bike for my birthday and she agrees. I was in grade 7, so 12 or 13. My school was a 2 to 3 minute drive away, and probably a 10-minute bike ride. I was eager to ride my new bike to school as I also had gotten a new helmet and lock as well. School starts at about 9, so I left at 8. I like to hang out in the yard with my friends before school started, so I would always go earlier. The route to school was pretty much one straight line, and we get into the city. Now it's 8 o'clock in the morning, so it's relatively bright out again. I'm on a well-populated main road. So I'm about halfway to school, and I decide to cross the street, but not at a crosswalk or traffic light, just kind of jaywalk in. I'm looking both ways though, and I noticed a black car pull up to my left near the woods. It's a Honda Civic, and there's 2 young guys in there, well, sort of young, but they've got tinted windows, and I don't think much of it. The only thing that crosses my mind is, maybe I was blocking them from their driveway and continued down. From the corner of my eye though, I saw a man dressed in all black with his hood popped up, hide his face, get out to the driver's side and walk around the back of the car to the passenger side before I realise what's happening. He's opening the passenger door, and he's pulling me by the arm off my bike trying to get me in. As for what felt like an eternity, after what felt like an eternity, it was like every car on the street had disappeared. Any sign of help was gone. I'm on one of the busiest streets in my city and it feels like a graveyard. It really feels like one of them nightmares where you can't actually do anything. You just lay there and suffer until you wake up. Now these things don't really happen in my city, so I'm not really prepared for this. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind is to aim for the nuts. I shifted my weight to my right leg and kick as hard as I possibly can. Landing one kick, I actually hurt my ankle, so I can't imagine how it felt receiving that. I didn't even look before I crossed the street, biking as fast as I can. I remember trying to turn around to get a license plate, but my eyes are very watery from fear. I knew my mum wouldn't have been at work, so I continued biking to school silently crying. I pull into the schoolyard and drop my bike off. I didn't care to lock it or ever ride it anywhere again. My school's front door is locked 24/7, and you had to ring a doorbell to get in. The serenity reminded me that I still had time to play outside before class starts, and that's when I finally speak again. I need to call my mum. I scream and the door opens instantly. I explain what happened to the secretary, then the principal, and my mum and the police. Now, a business across the street had some surveillance footage, but you can only see the bottom 6 inches of the guy's car pulling up, so that was no use. Apparently, the same guy with the same description went on an attempt to kidnap 3 other girls but never got caught. I don't really believe in God, but I do pray that he/whatever it was never successful. Now, I'm new to Reddit, but this is my experience. So this happened when I was a lot younger. I want to say freshman in high school, probably like 2008. There used to be this road near where I lived in CA called Croak Road. It was barely a road. No one travelled on it, and it was surrounded by small patches of forest and some abandoned barns and houses. I would typically go there with my friends to skateboard and hang out. This one night, I was hanging out with 2 of my friends, Lucas and Durain, and somebody wanted to go to Croak Road and hang out since it's creepy. It might sound lame, but we loved exploring like a bunch of 5th graders that weren't really into smoking or anything like that. I asked my 20-year-old brother James if he could drive us down into one of the nature reserves by the road. This specific reserve was larger than the others and had a network of gravel paths leading through it. Basically, we were looking for unexplored territory to hike in. Soon, one particular path we're travelling down becomes so narrow that James thought Explorer couldn't pass through it, so we got out and walked for a while, chatting, having fun. We go through the woods for about an hour until it had gotten relatively dark out and the sun's gone, at which point we turn around and head back to the car. It's now I should mention that despite being near a lot of sub-developments, this patch of forest is huge and rarely visited since it was so easy to get lost in, especially at night. It was a challenge getting the car turned around, but James manages it, and we're going down the road. Durain proposed that we turn down a different path which we had passed by earlier, since we had about another 40 minutes until our parents want us back, and we agree. Down this path was a tiny pond Durain wanted to check out and take pictures at, since he hadn't got the opportunity to go at night. It was slow going since the road was even creepier than the main one we're on, but we turned off Croak Road. Minutes later, we got into a slight argument. Durain was convinced James had taken a wrong turn since we shouldn't have arrived at the pond by now, while James claimed that he had been driving straight the whole time. Eventually we come to a fork in the road that none of us are familiar with. None of us knew which way to go, so we ended up guessing and going left, hoping that both directions would ultimately lead back to the main path. None of us were scared or anything. In fact, we were actually excited and intrigued, driving through seemingly the middle of nowhere at night. It was at this point we rounded a small bend in the road and the headlights fell upon a surreal sight. There's 4 figures emerging from the forest crossing the road wearing what appears to be cloaks. One guy at the back was dragging a large duffel bag. We all froze and stopped mid-conversation, and as soon as our high beams landed on the 4 figures, they freeze too. James pulled up to the left and went around them. Driving past them really felt like an eternity though, because we couldn't have been going over 5 miles per hour due to the condition of the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, I could see them inches behind my window, and they're indeed wearing black robes. I didn't get a good look at the bag, but judging by the way the guy was, something heavy is inside the bag. None of us said a word until the road straightened out, and we're far past those guys. At which point, James mutters, "What the hell was that?" We continued down the road in silence, and I heard Lucas say, "Wow, they're coming back." I twisted around in my chair to see Lucas pointing out the back window. I could barely see anything, but about 100 yards away we saw the beams of 4 flashlights shaking erratically. The guys were without a doubt running after us, all of them screaming. We start to tell James to step on it. The car bounces and shakes uncontrollably as we flew over beams and potholes. Thank God we did manage to get back to the main path. James gunned it down the path until we're popped off by Croak Road, and we get the hell out of there. This is the weirdest thing though. The creepiest thing that I realise is none of them had a vehicle, so they must have been about 50 miles away from anything, and they were just out there in the woods with that body thing in the bag. We ended up calling the cops, but they can't find anything. I never told my parents about it until writing this. I haven't really shared it with anyone. It's very important you report suspicious people. I still wish to hell to know how they got there, where they were going, and what was in the bag. Though sometimes I think it's better for me not to know. Hey folks, I'm kind of new to this, but this happened just after I went to a Christmas Eve party when everyone goes home and I decide to stay because my cousin and I were watching a movie. My uncle, who used to walk his dogs in the woods next to a park, went off to take them out. Before this, my aunt told him don't do that because it's too dark out there, and around 5 AM, he didn't care. He went off anyway. My aunt was still worried, so I went along with him. Once we're actually there, nothing wrong really seems to happen. My uncle and his dogs are just relaxing, and I don't really pay much attention to the surroundings when suddenly the dogs go still. This wasn't strange. They always do this and stare and bark at animals, but this time it was different. When the dogs got still, my uncle and I noticed that something was wrong. The dog wasn't angry or anything, just kind of nervous and anxious or afraid. One of the dogs, the largest one, was growling and shaking. As my uncle started to get worried about the situation, we heard it. People in the woods. We couldn't actually see how many were there because of the darkness. Now we hear, we're all gathered here by the blood of we, thee, and thy. As my uncle and I heard that, he yelled for his dogs to follow him out of the woods. As we all left, he turned his back, and we only see a slight movement in the shrubs. Maybe these people were trying to hide. We ended up quickly getting the dogs and getting out of there. We never actually took the time to investigate who they were or what they were doing, but after that happened, my uncle didn't take his dogs near those woods ever again, and is very scared of being out late now. When I was 7 years old, my father took my older brother and I to a cabin in the middle of nowhere as a vacation. We also took our cat with us. Everyone has their own room. I had the room furthest from the other two, positioned right next to where the wood starts. There was a window right next to my bed, and on the right side, and there was a tree right next to it that I remembered getting to climb in the previous day without success. The bedrooms were on the second floor, by the way, and the window didn't have any curtains or blinds to cover it. Now one night, I remembered feeling homesick and unable to sleep. The cats are laying on the bed with me. I was reading comic books at around 2 AM when I heard tapping on my window. I assume it's a branch tapping on the window because it's windy, but I hear whispers now. I remember just freezing in my fear, feeling like a bunch of ice water's being poured on me. I could hear whoever it was tapping saying, "Let me in," and my name, "It's cold out here." I just want to cuddle. I was paralyzed by fear. I just lay there, facing away from the window, terrified close to tears. I've honestly never had anything like this before. I was so paralyzed by fear that I just faced away from the window. I knew it wasn't my father. He kept saying that, but it's a lie and it's my imagination. I grabbed my cat, feeling safer with him, my only defense. I couldn't believe this guy had the nerve to call himself my dad. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted. I hear a screeching sound now, like somebody's got a pocket knife against glass. Now the grin disappears on his face and he just looks like he's horrified and absolutely full of rage. At that moment, my father come barreling into my room with his hunting rifle, and as you can imagine, seeing this made him panic and sort of drop backwards. My father just looked at me to make sure I was alright, just as my brother came running in. He wants to catch him, but unfortunately he got away. To this day, I don't think they ever caught the guy. I remember my father filing a police report. Sadly, they never actually found this guy, and he might still be out there to this day. I've been really wanting to share this story for some time now, but haven't found a good outlet until coming across here. About 5 years ago, my wife and I went on a weekend camping trip with our two closest friends, another married couple. The campsite is just outside of Yosemite and really beautiful. The beauty of it and creepiness of it is that you take a dirt road for about an hour and a half off the main road to get to it. It's extremely secluded, but never felt threatening. It's a really popular campsite, so there's always people around, especially in the summer. The first day was awesome. I don't remember exactly what we did, but I remembered having a great time there. The campsites are fairly close together, and usually separated by various shrubs, etc. I thought we were all getting pretty pumped up about the site, as there were no neighbours around the sides, just forest, and no one occupying the site closest to us. This isn't common, as these campgrounds stay fully booked throughout the summer. Day 2 started normally. We had breakfast and then head to the lake for a couple hours. The lake was about a 20-minute hike from the main campground. We ended up getting back at around 2ish, and we noticed that the site next over to us had a silver rented car parked on it. We didn't think much of it, and went about a fire. At some point, we noticed the occupants of the site next to us. It's a pretty average looking white dude, maybe early 40s. He was so average looking that it's hard to even picture him. We all immediately caught on to the fact that he was constantly looking over at us. My friend Dave even made a comment to me under his breath saying, "You notice that guy keeps looking here." I remembered feeling uncomfortable as we're all in our bathing suits from the lake. But I make a conscious effort just to ignore it. It's worth mentioning that we're a little buzzed/drunk, not out of control, just feeling good. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, we continued to notice the guy constantly staring at us. In hindsight, Dave or I should have called him out. The story doesn't make us look great, but whatever. I had been stressed at work prior to the trip and really didn't want to let some creepy dude throw off my relaxed vibes. The alcohol coupled with the fact that we honestly kind of felt bad for him led to us not confronting it. I just thought he was a lonely dude. Aside from the start, there were a couple of mildly weird incidents that occurred leading up to the very weird stuff. The first was that at some point, he left his site to go and do whatever. When he was gone, a girl, probably in her mid-20s, about our age, walked by it and snapped a picture of his license plate. I remember asking her if she needed anything. She smiled and awkwardly kept going. Dave and I both thought it's odd, but we're preoccupied with beer. Later in the evening, around 7ish, the camp host was doing her round checks on people. She kept checking us in and moved on to him. I remembered all of us eavesdropping intently to what they're saying. I think we just wanted to hear what this creep sounded like. He kept asking questions about the bathhouse. We didn't know there was a bathhouse, or even what a bathhouse was. But he had 100 different questions about it. Where is it? When's it open? Is it private? Which are not weird, but in context, definitely odd. The sun started to go down. We're all drunk, so weren't too concerned with the creepy dude anymore. At one point, we went for a walk and I noticed him snooping around what we believed to be the bathhouse. Now, I would call out this kind of behaviour, but again, I was drunk and 5 years stupider at the time. We all continued to laugh and talk about how creepy he was. Now we have a good time and keep drinking. At one point, the guy started eating beans aggressively. out of a can in the light of his single lantern, no fire. He looked at us while doing so, and Dave and I noticed this and kind of snicker at each other about how weird it is. Eventually, compose yourself. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. I think the guy had left his sight at this point. I remember joking, saying, I better not wake up to that guy looking in our window. My wife and I slept in our SUV with the seats folded down. Dave and Sarah slept in the camper shell of their truck. I remembered feeling creeped out as I fell asleep, but shrugged it off. Around 2 a.m, both my wife and I were jolted awake by what we thought was a woman's scream. We both looked at each other and asked if each other heard that. We come to the conclusion that it was probably somebody trying to be loud, and decided to go back to sleep. As I was trying to sleep, I start feeling very unsettled. I decided to get out of the car and take a look around. I checked my door, trying to be as quiet as possible. I'd gotten about one leg out of the car when I heard faint but direct whispering coming from Dave and Sarah's camper shell about 4 feet away. I froze and then heard it again. I eventually realised that they were trying to tell me something. I whispered, "What?" And I heard Dave say, "Can you hear that? Start your car." I instantly realised that something is wrong, so rather than ask questions, I climbed back into my car and started it right away. Dave and Sarah busted out of the back of the camper and frantically jumped into my car. They tell me drive. They were too freaked out to even explain anything. Eventually I pulled over, figuring we're far enough away from whatever had freaked them out. Now finally, Sarah calmed down enough to tell us what happened. As she put it, she was woken by a light coming from a creepy dude's campsite. Apparently, he had lanterns and flashlights to spotlight himself, naked, staring in our direction. It gets weirder. At some point, he turns off the lights and tries to signal across to us. I'm talking like Morse code or something. Across the ravine, an old RV begins using its headlights to signal back. Dave is awake now. I question them on this detail, and they're both very clear they were communicating. Keep in mind, it's absolutely pitch black out. After a few minutes, they heard footsteps around their car, followed by a hard tap on the window. This is what caused Sarah to scream, hence waking me up. At this point, I decide we need to call the police. The problem was, there was absolutely zero cell service at the campsite. Furthermore, it was about an hour and a half up an old camp service road that was already very remote. So leaving at night wasn't an option. We decided the best course of action was to alert the camp host. We drove around and eventually found the trailer she lived in. She was understandably confused to be woken up at 3:30 in the morning, but was responsive. She mentioned that the guy was really weird when she even checked him in, and she called the police on her satellite phone. Apparently, there was a massive wildfire burning that weekend, and the police can't even send anyone until sunrise. The camp host said there wasn't really anything she could do beyond that. It really sucked to hear that. Now, I don't know what we can do, not to mention there's still that guy in the RV. One more thing really weird happened. At around 4 a.m, we're all sitting in my car when a man in a hood walked right up to the window, and the second I noticed him, I turned on my engine and headlights. I'm not kidding you, he bolted off into the trees. We all sat in my car until sunrise, once the light was out. We went back to the site to pack up our things. His car was there with blankets hung in all the windows. The whole thing just felt gross and we wanted to get out of there, so quickly leave. After a couple of hours we left, I get a call from the police. They said they went out to the campsite and questioned the guy. He said he was simply showering. The cop told me there was nothing he could do. It was our words against his. He questioned the RV people. They said they didn't know anything, but he mentioned a quote, "A very rude camper screamed in the middle of the night." The whole experience with the police is frustrating. I tried following up. I even tried getting help from a family member who's a sheriff, but Even he said there wasn't anything they could do unless that particular police chief really wanted to investigate. So there's my story. I learnt a lesson about being polite when somebody's making you feel uncomfortable. Nowadays, I'm much more aggressive with crazy people. I also know it's not easy to hear this story and wonder why Dave or myself didn't just confront the guy, especially when he's literally naked near us. I don't know. I wish I had more courage, but honestly, it's really scary in the moment and you have no idea what their potential is. I'm okay admitting that. Clearly we were dealing with a very messed up person who had accomplices. I can only imagine their end goal. I hate to think of it. I just wish the police could have acted better. This happened in 2004 in northern Wisconsin. I was 16 at the time, out hunting deer with my dad and a friend of his, Frank. Now, I do remember this day like it was yesterday. My dad and I had a few different stands over in an area of maybe about 3/4 square mile. He had been hunting there for at least 10 years, and I'd been going with him since I was 5, up until I was about 12, which is the legal age to hunt with a rifle. This particular morning, we walked to my first stand. It's about 5 in the morning, so pretty dark out. I got situated and my dad and Frank went off to our other 2 stands over a ridge, maybe another 600 yards off. Sitting there in the dark is always eerie. Now not long after they left, I see a flashlight off in the direction that they left. It's always eerie in these situations. It's roughly 200 yards away now, moving in my direction. I figure they forgot something from the truck or I don't know, so I decide to radio to see what they're doing. We're sitting in the stand. Frank's about to head to another one. He says, obviously this flashlight is somebody else. Now this isn't super uncommon, and isn't really a big deal. The woods get crowded sometimes, and there is a spot to park in that general direction. I turn on my light so the other person knows I'm here. I ended up dozing off though, as it's pretty dark out. Now when I wake up, the sun's up. It's around 8 AM, and I sit there for a bit. I radio my dad to see if he's heard or seen anything moving. Nothing yet. There's a couple of gunshots off in the distance. I get up, go for a slow little walk to get my blood moving again. Then, not far away, maybe 30 yards out, I decide to return. When I come back to my sound, I sit down and take a real good look around. I have the feeling that I'm being watched, but nothing's going on. I finally look out to my left when I saw a big flashlight and something orange. For anyone unfamiliar, hunters have to wear blaze orange during the gun season. I radio to my dad and Frank to see if either one of them are here. My dad says no. I hear nothing from Frank, and decide to grab my binoculars out of my backpack to see if it's Frank. This is not Frank, and this guy is looking at me through his scope. Rifle aimed directly at me, which is a massive no-no. You never point your rifle at anyone, under any circumstances. Dumb people still do it though. It's few and far between, but it happens, which is why normal people like us use binoculars. At first I'm like, what an idiot. Thing is, even with me looking at him, he doesn't point the gun down. Now I'm starting to panic, thinking that he might shoot me. I slowly grab my rifle, get up, and stay behind as many trees as I can, and walk down a little path to the side of my stand. My stand is on this kind of little knot. It's on the side of a much larger hill. I radio to my dad and tell him what's up. He says sit tight and stay out of sight. Obviously, as a 16-year-old, I can't do that and keep looking. Every time I look, he's aiming at me. He's always in different spots, still moving to my direction. I go back to look again, and he would be 30 yards away from the last time. A good 10 minutes of this happened and my dad radios to me, "How you doing, bud?" Looking back, he's obviously trying to keep me calm at the thought that something serious might happen. He's still there but keeps moving. I don't know his problem. My dad tells me just keep hidden, he'll figure it out, that he'll be coming up near him in a minute or two. That's when I hear the shot. I lose my mind trying to get hold of my dad. Did he just get shot? Where is he? Did he have to shoot this guy? What's going on? I sit there for maybe 3 minutes. Feels like hours, and I hear, "Alright, coming out and head towards my stand." I peek over and I see my dad waving from alongside the ridge that the guy's been on. It turns out, Frank had been really restless and took a stroll and ended up on the other side of that particular ridge that the stranger's on, not knowing he's there. He knocked his radio batteries loose and couldn't communicate with us. Turned out the shot was actually Frank shooting a deer. My dad said as soon as Frank shot, the guy walked off from towards us, then to the logging road out of sight. I was driving late at night on the I-90 between Deer Lodge and Missoula, MT. I'm originally from Seattle, and I was driving back to Seattle after visiting family in Bozeman and Billings. The stretch of freeway between Deer Lodge and Missoula has some weird small mountain towns along either side. It's occasionally interrupted by large truck stops. Anyway, it's about 11:30 at night, and I'm on my way to my hotel in Missoula when I notice that I need some gas. I stop off in this random small town with one gas station with a 24-hour pump. It had a convenience store attached to it, but it was closed. I get this really weird vibe from the station as soon as I pull up to the pump. I hadn't turned off my car yet. I just put it in park and the engine was still running. I was about to shut off my car when, out of the corner of my eye, I see a dark figure come from the side of the closed convenience store, literally running at my car. Some instinct actually kicks in, and I pull my car back into drive and get the hell out of there. I look back in my rearview mirror to see the figure chasing after my car for a few seconds, but by that time, I make that turn and get back onto the freeway. I literally can't shake the feeling that I'm being followed for the rest of my drive either. Now this happened in 2009, so while smartphones did exist, they weren't as prevalent or as good as they are today. Even with my flip phone that I have at the time, I can't even get signal on it. Secondly, the events at the gas station happened in a span of about 20 seconds. Yeah, really quick. I arrive, park, turn off the car, see the dark figure running towards my car, and I put my car back into drive, burn rubber to get out of there, and I see the dark figure chasing after my car, tearing up on the freeway. And finally, someone mentioned the story of the Wendigo, and I've heard about it, but I wasn't isolated up in the mountains, and this was less than 30 seconds away from the freeway, so I don't really think it was that. I think the dark figure was a desperate meth head looking to rob someone or hurt someone. After you've driven hundreds of miles, your brain doesn't really think straight, but I don't know what it could have been. All I know is that it terrified me, and I still think about it to this day. I was walking on a trail in the Crater Lake to get back to my car, and as I'm doing so, I hear somebody running behind me. I look, and it's an older man by himself. I quicken my pace as the sun is setting, and it would soon be dark. He stops running, and starts up again, getting closer, and I do the same, trying to keep distance. It felt creepy, and I was so thankful when I saw another woman with a big dog not too far in front of me. I met up with her, and eventually, so did the guy. We all walk together now, and this man is very strange and socially awkward. He had a camera. I'm certain the woman and I had the same creepy feeling from the exchanges we'd given each other. She said if he came here alone, and he replies that his family's already down the hill waiting for him. I immediately felt very ill when I heard this. And then, the really weird thing happened. He took at least 3 pictures of the woman and I. I could have asked him to delete them, but honestly, he probably never would have done so. And I just wanted to get back to my car, because he's making me feel very uncomfortable. We finally reached the bottom of the hill, and I noticed that there's no family in sight for him. He gets in his car alone and drives off. I felt very lucky there was another person there with me. I'm sure he was some kind of predator. So I went on a backcamping trip in some youth program in North Cascades near Seattle. One of us got hurt from falling on a rock on our way to the base camp, so I had to help carry him back to the trailhead while being accompanied by one of the leaders. On the way back, we came across another young hiker, a woman. We talked as we're kind of taking a rest. She said she was going to summit one of the peaks on the trail later. The problem is, that's about 8 hours away, and she only has a light backpack. Now the next day, back at base camp, helicopters swarmed, and men were dropping. It was like a movie. I was taken back. Little did I know, there was a huge search and rescue looking for the same woman I interacted with just hours before. For 3 days every night, all I would hear was the distant calls of men yelling out her name, echoing off the basin walls in an endless search. I remembered hearing it was supposed to be a suicide, that she was a seasoned hiker, yet she didn't pack properly enough. It didn't make sense. Perhaps she just wanted to go a little bit further than stay. I remembered after I flew home I would never stop thinking of her, and I never stopped. I still look her up, just to see that she is never found, that she's not with her family, and I hate that. You just have to be really careful when you're hiking. This was a few years ago in October, actually around the time the nationwide clown stuff was happening. It's hunting season, and I'm driving to a town north of where I live to meet my dad and ride with him in his truck. It's about 4 AM. Now when I pull off the freeway, I'm waiting for the light to turn green when I see a dude cross the road. Totally normal. I pull away and turn into the parking lot for the usual meeting spot, a park and ride situation. I turn off my car and wait for my dad. I took off towards the main road, and that's when I see a young guy walking towards my car. It's October and really cold, so I can't even see out the windows well. He just continues walking right up next to me until he's about 15 feet away from my car. He just stood there maybe for 10 minutes motionless, just staring at me. I wasn't even too spooked. Like I said, it was hunting season, so I can defend myself, but after 10 minutes, he turns around and walks away, literally never to be seen again. To this day, I still have no idea who he was or what he wanted from me. I've spent my entire life in the woods, taking regular hikes up to 20 miles on the weekends deep into canyons and headwaters of the pond, often in the dark fishing for steelhead. I also used to work building logging roads deep in the forest alone. I've seen lots of animals: cougars, bobcats, wolves, turkeys, bears. I've never been frightened, scared, or come across something I couldn't explain. My grandfather-in-law is an avid hunter. He spent his entire life doing it and told me a few stories. During one trip while hiking in a draw on Washington, somebody shot at him from the ridge. The shot put a hole in the stock of his rifle. He yelled and the guy took off, and he never caught up with him. I wonder if there's a guy out there somewhere wondering if he killed a guy. He also said to me one time, way out on a mouth-long hunt, he came across a wind chime about 100 feet off a tree. It was late fall, so all the leaves were gone, and he could clearly see it and hear it. He has no idea how it got up there. My family and I were driving from Ohio to Wyoming one holiday season to visit family about 10 years ago. Due to storms further north, we travelled straight west instead of from northwest at first, and split the trip at Omaha, staying the night before heading up through Nebraska into South Dakota. Once we're far enough north, we turn west onto I-90. At that point, it's been over an hour since we saw anyone, and we really needed a public restroom. We're on the state route, so there's no rest areas. Those of you who have travelled with a young child know that they have a bladder limit, and our daughter won't stop begging to pee. SD was similarly deserted, or even worse, as we headed west. Finally, we reached a desperately needed rest stop, as my at the time 5-year-old and I both needed to pee by then. Just as we pull in, the truck that had been following us for a while pulled in too. I didn't think too much of it at first, until I started to open my door. My head was turning to the right when the truck had parked a couple of spots over. My eyes met the driver's, and I just shivered. He was a skinny white guy with scraggly brown hair and dark eyes. I could see he was wearing a dingy/dirty blue plaid shirt. He got out of his 90s brown and cream truck and started rummaging in the bed. I told my husband I didn't want to go to the rest stop alone because the guy's giving me really weird vibes. He thought I was being a little silly but agreed to come with us. Now by this point, the next stop is Wall, SD, about 100 miles away, according to the huge billboards that we'd passed advertising, so he figured he'd better empty his bladder even though he didn't feel like he needed to. I grabbed our daughter and we headed back inside, followed by the guy who had finished rummaging around his truck but wasn't carrying anything when I glanced back. My daughter and I did our business in the women's restroom and head back to the lobby. As I expected, now my husband's already waiting out there. Now, the old guy was also in the lobby area. He was just standing there staring at my husband. My husband rushes us back to our car. As we're buckling in, he locks the doors and told me that the guy hasn't even went to the restroom. Instead, he was just standing in the lobby the whole time. He agreed with me that we might need to just get out of here and it's probably a close call. However, the story didn't end there. Remember how I mentioned Wall and it's about 100 miles away? Well, that was 100 miles of pretty empty landscape, but a decent number of turn-offs from the interstate. We didn't see the truck following us and thought the whole episode is actually behind us. Except when we stopped in Wall to grab lunch and some snacks. When we get there, we see the guy in the store not even 20 feet from us, same clothes, everything. He starts staring at us and we pay for our snacks and immediately get out of there. I can't believe the fact that he followed us for over 100 miles. Thankfully, after speeding out of there, we never saw him again, but I was seriously creeped out until we reached our relatives in Wyoming safely. I grew up poor in the mountains of southwest Virginia. We didn't really have internet. It wasn't available. We lived in rural, isolated locations, so no kid would actually go out to play with us. As a teen, I would spend most of my time hunting or riding my bike a few miles to the river to go fishing. I was a stereotypical country boy. I was and am completely comfortable at home in the woods by myself, even at night. We had hounds and I took them out alone at night to go hunt raccoons. I went to our hunting grounds and turned them loose, same as I've done lots of times before. I sat down and waited for them. We didn't have the best dogs. They were young and not trained yet. They wouldn't normally find raccoons and would try and go for a deer or a rabbit. After a few minutes, they hadn't opened and that was very odd. I started to walk and call out for them, but I don't get a response. So this is odd. I kept walking and come out into the brush and into a cow field so I can walk easier and go call them in the next holler over. Now a holler is a small valley in between the ridge lines. As I come out into the cow field, I notice the entire ride line is glowing red. It was the first time that the farmer was clearing brush and so he has a bonfire burning. I went to check it out and make sure it wasn't starting a forest fire. As I got closer to the top of the ridge, I noticed the glow was solid and not flickering like flames should. There was no smoke that I could smell. I noticed the sheer amount of light and most of what I thought was colour is actually vibrant red. The only way I can describe it is a stoplight on a dark street that's casting a glow on everything, changing its colour to roughly that. I froze. This isn't coming off as something natural. Where I am is miles off the beaten path with definitely no electricity. It would have been possible for a lifted 4x4 truck or tractor to get there, but no way would it make this much light without a lot of vehicles lined up with their parking brakes on. I had a 20 gauge single shotgun loaded with me. It happened to have a few shells of a buckshot and some slugs in my backpack. I quickly loaded a slug and held a few shells in my hand, ready for follow-up shots, prepared to defend my life. I was terrified. I snuck home as quickly as possible without using my flashlight. I told my mum and stepdad what happened, but they brush it off and I'm scolded for leaving the dogs in the wood. I guess they thought I was just lazy and didn't want to go after them. The next day, I went back and looked for any signs of what I might have seen. Now there was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. No burnt areas, no tire tracks, nothing. After a few days, I woke up and went into the living room. My stepdad was waiting for me. He jumped up and said he'd seen that light also. He'd been hunting in another location in the opposite direction, still within walking distance. He was waiting for the dogs with his light off when 3 bright flashes illuminate around him and make things glow red. He said it was bright enough that he could have read a newspaper at night. I thought it was so crazy for him to experience it too. We never had another encounter with the red light. I don't know what it was. I'm not saying it was aliens, possibly military or something, but I literally have no idea what this thing was. I visited Arizona in March of 2018 during my school's spring break. I'd already done the get drunk on the beach thing, so I figured I'd do something different. My uncle, aunt and first cousin lived in Flagstaff and they let me stay there for free, so it was perfect. What happened isn't exactly terrifying, but more unnerving. The first thing I noticed about northern Arizona was that it had a very different vibe than my home state of Pennsylvania. I never fully felt at ease the whole time I was there. Right off the bat, my uncle told me a few stories about people dying in strange ways and going missing unexplainably. Now, around 2 days into the trip, my uncle and I spent a long day exploring several interesting sites. We went to Walnut Canyon, where there are some cliff dwellings, and then to an extinct volcano called Sunset Crater where NASA actually rehearsed the moon landings. When we're hiking up an escarpment of several hundreds of feet in lightly wooded terrain, the whole time I'm looking down at my boots because it's kind of steep and I don't want to make a wrong step. At one point, I looked up and directly in front of me is a girl in her mid-20s and a man the same age ahead of her. It was strange because even though there were trees, it was pretty wide open to the summit, and we should have seen them at some point, so this doesn't make sense. We made it to the top where there was a wide open vista and we stopped to take pictures. The couple did too, and we struck up a conversation. It turned out they're from France and were on a PAC marriage, a type of civil marriage that's their new thing there. I was kind of geeked because I'd been to France and loved the people, so I tried some of my rusty French lingo. The girl giggled and answered back politely. I thought they seemed nice. My uncle started trash talking them to their face when he realizes that they weren't married in a church, which appalled and embarrassed me. They kind of backed off and continued taking pictures. At one moment, I looked back at the couple, and when I did, it seemed as though they froze in time. I don't know for how long. The couple was standing side by side. Now, it looked as though they were barely making contact with each other. I snapped out of it and looked away, and my uncle started making his way back towards the trail, so we hiked down and left without seeing them again. 2 days later, my uncle and I went and spent the day hiking along the rim of the Grand Canyon. At one point, a family came down the trail from ahead of us and stopped and talked to us for a minute or two. We parted ways. They went behind us. About 2 miles down the trail, the same exact couple came from just where they were before. The trail wasn't a loop. It was a straight shot along the rim, one way up and down. My uncle this time was kind of confused and confrontational, like, how was a French couple in the exact same kind of area even further up? I said if he thought it was weird, and he grunted and we continued in silence. Evening came, and we retraced our steps and almost made it back to the truck. We made one last stop at an observation deck to take in the sunset. We spent about 15 minutes there, and it was packed with people, but there was sort of a relevant hush in the air because of the beauty of the moment. I got separated from my uncle in the crowd, but it was quiet enough that I could hear my uncle loudly exclaiming and sort of jeering at someone. I followed his voice. I found it is the same French couple we'd met a couple of days earlier. I already learned that 5 million people visit the Grand Canyon, so I'm shocked now and don't say anything at all. I remember my uncle going off about their marriage again and said something like, "Go ahead and seal the deal, mate." He grabbed me and left. On the way back to the car, he said, "I have a feeling we're gonna see them again." I was just like, this doesn't make any sense. We must have been about 90 miles ahead when we saw them again. Now my cousin worked in the EMS, so I didn't really get to see him for the first few days. He took me on a backcountry trip through the Navajo reservation to obscure places that I'd never been before. He's pretty adventurous. It was myself, my cousin, and a friend he had met when he was working as a guide on rafting trips through the Grand Canyon. She gave me a really bad vibe the moment I met her. She was 31, while both my cousin and I are only 22. I don't know, she was very mummy-like. We went to a bunch of different Navajo sites, and the last stop on the first day was Monument Valley. We drive up the road and set up a camp there. My cousin mentioned skinwalkers, but didn't have any specific stories. He also said that he heard from a veteran emergency responder that they got a missing person report and followed footsteps into the desert with dogs on the scent trail, but the footsteps actually stopped in the middle of the desert without a trace or explanation, and the dogs went crazy when they reached a dead end. My cousin had the first two-hand experiences when he first started EMS. He got called to a car accident in a valley leading to Sedona. The car was badly mangled. They couldn't even find a body. They end up searching the woods, and about 50 feet into the tree line, there's a man sitting against a tree, wide eyes, no visible injuries from the wreck. He said he never heard what the cause of death was. The last story was from a search for a missing person at the Grand Canyon. He was some sort of professor or geologist type researcher, and was midway down the canyon with another individual. They split up, and the professor guy said he'd meet his friend on the other side of a butte, which is a large rock overcut. The friend took a low path, and the professor cut right across. They should have met up a couple of minutes later, but the professor vanishes without a trace. My cousin said they searched for him for weeks with helicopters but never found him. If anyone's heard this story, let me know. We walked for a long while, and there were more stories that I can't fully remember. We were camped along the base of a small rock outcrop. I'd been facing towards the rocks most of the night, but before we turned in, I looked out into the desert before any darkness fell. I saw that it was as flat and as far as the eye can see. You could see for miles without obstruction. I live near a city, and at home on overcast nights, the lights from the city bounced off the clouds, giving a soft white glow. That night in the desert, I saw the same glow as if from a city off towards the horizon, lighting up from one end to the other. I asked my cousin, is there a city? And he said it's probably Vegas, but we're facing north in Utah, so it definitely isn't Vegas. I scanned 360 degrees around and it's pitch black. I finally get into the tent to try and sleep. I've never been in the desert before, so I don't know the atmosphere and what it's supposed to be like. I've read a bunch of posts about an extreme hushed silence and stillness, but I've heard about rooms built in a vacuum, devoid of any sound, and apparently the silence is painful. That's the closest to that I've ever experienced that night. There was no wind or atmospheric pressure, and I could hear my own blood pulsating in my ears and my heartbeat. The silence was painful. When I finally managed to get some sleep, I have a nightmare about a corpse being buried next to me. The next day was fine for the most part, but as soon as the night fell, I developed an excruciating headache that radiated throughout my entire body and made me feel sick to the gut. I figure it's dehydration. Even though I'd been drinking water throughout the day, I gulped down 2 lots of water and took a handful of Tylenol, but to no effect. We dropped off my cousin's friend and stopped for some food. At the time I was still a member of the Catholic Church and went to a Catholic university. My family I was staying with and some of the others we met, they would tell me I'm very Catholic and it's weird I'm out in the middle of nowhere. It seemed weird. Now, for some strange reason, my cousin took me to the empty parking lot of a Catholic church so we could order some food. It was here that he told me he felt like it was humanity's destiny to kill and make war in an endless cycle, and that he wants to join the military for that purpose. On the other hand, I'm a humanity-loving, peacenik sort of dude, so this scares the life out of me. My headache got worse, and I think I was picking up on some serious negative vibes. I couldn't eat any food and save it for the next day. Nothing else strange happened, but it was more the accumulation of things that really freaked me out on this trip. Now, as some updates, it seemed like the 2 days we spent out on the Navajo reservation, my cousin and his best friend were trying to squeeze out every last piece of sightseeing they could on the trip, and not for my sake either, but their own curiosity. It was exhausting, and I wonder if they could tell how tired I was. I have no idea what the place is called, but it's near Tuba City, Arizona apparently. It's a pretty interesting place, and it's in the absolute godforsaken middle of nowhere. Growing up, I always went to my grandma's house. My childhood had a parent with substance issues, and going to my grandma's house was the best. I had friends there, and she lived in a really nice suburb with tons of other kids my age. I made really good friends with a neighbour who had woods in his backyard. Let's call him Mike for the sake of the story. We'd often take little lunches packed by my grandma and go out into the woods and eat them, admiring the creeks and birds, collect pebbles and stuff. You know, kid stuff. This was harmless, and you could usually always see the backs of the houses when you went into the woods. I remembered one day, we made a pack. Mine was in a grocery bag and planned to venture out further than before. You know, you have limitless energy when you're young, and low pain hasn't set in yet from sitting at a desk for ages. I mean, you could literally walk for hours, and probably miles, and not even notice it. So we walk even further than ever. Now we slide down a hill. I remembered being really scared of this, and hilariously, I'm still majorly scared of falling when hiking. But anyway, I got a little scuffed up, but nothing major. Mike was slightly older than me, so I wanted to seem tough and just walk it off. We go deep into the woods, and I remembered being just slightly creeped out, but not enough to protest. I want to explore, too. This hasn't changed. This is in Western PA, I should add. We weren't in the rural areas of my state, but some of the suburbs do intersect with trails and nature preserves which can go on for acres and acres. We came upon a tent in the middle of frickin' nowhere, and I remembered being terrified. My grandma gave me a lot of freedom because I was responsible. This was in the 90s. Aside from needing to be home before the streetlights every night, stranger danger was something she drilled into my head. This set off the internal stranger danger alarm loudly, but I was too afraid to leave Mike's side. So we approached the tent, even though everything inside of me is telling me to get out of there. Mike goes up to it, and tentatively I follow him. At first, I thought somebody was camping, but it still looks more permanent than that. Anyway, there's a fire outside and smoke burning, but it's been doused. There were bones everywhere, skulls mostly, tiny ones, which, to my unattained eye, look like animal bones. There are also little pelts of animals covered everywhere in what appears to be paint and symbols. My adrenaline kicks in and I ran, Mike also. We ran so far and so fast that we fell down the side of the hill and ended up emerging from the woods on the other side of a shooting range. The men firing were screaming at us to leave. I was so scared of the tent that I didn't process the real danger which was at the shooting range. We definitely could have died very tragically because of that. So looking back on this memory, I was wondering, what the hell is this guy doing? There were literally bones everywhere and symbols. Now I dog sit for a family friend. They prefer to have somebody stay at the house with the dogs. I grew up in a town in the middle of nowhere and love the countryside. So for me, this is like a staycation, because I live in the city now and never have time to myself. Anyway, their house is out in the middle of nowhere. When I say nowhere, I really mean literally it takes 2 hours to get from work to this place. There is one neighbour within 5 miles and he lives directly across the street. I'm used to this where I'm from. It's supposed to give you the space you need but also help keep you safer knowing that you actually have somebody nearby. However, this guy has done nothing but make me feel unsafe as hell. So anyway, eventually I make it to Terry and Johnny's house, and they're telling me the drill, when to feed the dogs, which are two super cute and spoiled Australian cattle dogs, watering the plants, etc. Then, as they're loading up their stuff to take it to the car, Terry says, "Oh, don't forget to tell her about Steve." Johnny says, "Oh, yeah, don't worry about the neighbour across the street. He's harmless. He drinks a lot, but he's harmless. Hell, the guy lost his license so many times, all he can do is go up and down on a moped. However, just in case, this is where we keep the gun." Steve has 3 "Don't Tread on Me" Confederate flags, 2 plain Confederate flags which are all hanging from his porch. Of course he's weird. He then takes me to his gun and explains that it's loaded if I want to use it, so I don't even need to cock it, just pull the trigger extra hard. At this point I'm like, whatever. You keep a gun in your house when it takes at least 45 minutes for the police to show up, so I get it. Still, I've got no worries. I'm used to drunken weirdos. I know how to handle them. I love this life in the middle of nowhere, and I've got 2 protective dogs that will attack on command, so I feel pretty safe. Terry and Johnny leave around 3 PM. I took the dogs for a walk and play some frisbee, and begin to unload my stuff while they're still worn out from running. As I come back out for my second load of stuff, I hear the neighbour, Steve, slam his door, seemingly having a phone conversation. I hear him go, "Where the hell did you go?" The dogs are hearing him now and growling. I tell them to stay calm. I then hear him say, "I don't care about my kids, screw you." And then he throws something on the unpaved road behind me. Turns out it's his cell phone. As I'm grabbing my stuff, the dogs start going crazy and run a few feet behind me, barking viciously. I drop my stuff and turn around to see the neighbour at the end of the driveway, 75 or 50 feet away, just staring at me. I tell the dogs to calm down and to get back on my side, and they do. I then give Steve a friendly wave, thinking this is weird. He then takes a step forward and says, "You alright?" in a manipulative voice. Steve is wearing dirty jeans, work boots, dirty red hoodie, and a red hat with Confederate flags on it. He also got brown dirty hair down to his shoulders, and a beard that's probably 5 inches long. "Yeah, I'm okay," and I say my name. I'm just here sitting Johnny and Terry's dogs for the week. I look down at the dogs to see their reaction. They look as though they're about to attack him in a way I've never seen before. "How are you?" I ask him. "I'm Steve. Thanks for being a good neighbour and checking me." "I'm good. You okay?" And silence again. Now this silence lasts for probably a whole minute, and I figure, he's wasted. I need to get inside. So I turn around and finish grabbing my stuff. As I do so, I hear him take one more step on the gravel driveway and the dogs bark again. And Steve says, "I know them. They're not gonna hurt me. They're good dogs for sure. They won't hurt me." I begin feeling very uneasy, so I close my trunk and turn around to see if he's going to say anything else. I was about to tell him that I was going inside, and then, instead, awkwardly he says, "Yeah, "Yeah, what?" and yelled. I'm shocked, and he says, "Yeah. I'm going inside now. Have a good night." I turn around and the dogs follow me. Steve instead continues to stand where I left him for literally 15 minutes later. Now this house doesn't have a front door. There's a side door at the back. The back door is the main door because of the front of the house has this big green privacy trees. So I can't even see him through the front window. You can't see either doors from the street. You have to come onto the property to see them. It's about 6 o'clock, and where I'm at, the sun starts going down around then, but doesn't usually get dark until 9:15 during the summer. Anyway, the dogs and I are on the couch, and I have my headphones on and I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2 online. All of a sudden, the dogs flip out, running towards the back door, barking and growling. I'm like, what the hell? They don't usually do that unless somebody pulls in their car and they don't know who it is. I'm not having anyone over, so I grab my knife, which is close by, and start walking towards the back door. The dogs are still going crazy and I have no idea what they're looking at. I don't see anything, but then I look closer. I see mock tail lights in the driveway seemingly hiding behind my car. I then try and focus in and see that Steve is turned around staring at the back of the house from his moped, ducking behind my car. I get the dogs and try and be quiet. I need to see what he's doing. The dogs are still growling, but at least I've not given away my location right now. I watch him for 5 minutes. No movement, just a general creepy stare in my direction. I don't think he can see me, I'm not sure. He then shuts off his moped and proceeds to crouch next to my car, where I can see him now peeking into my car windows. I don't see him trying to get in, which is weird. He's not crouching now. Obviously he feels like nobody's watching and doesn't care. He stops looking into my car and turns to the house. Creepy as hell. At this point I text Terry and tell her that Steve is doing some weird stuff and I'm getting worried. I get a text back saying call the cops if you feel unsafe. They know him. They can come talk to him. Reminding me to tell you about the time he was standing out by the tree at 6 AM when I was leaving for work, and he was still there when we came back. We think he had a psychotic breakout. How comforting is that? So, I talk myself down some. This guy is wasted. However, if he starts getting close to the door, I'm calling the cops. Dumb idea, looking back, because the cops can take such a long time to get here. I'm watching him as he makes his second round looking at my car. He then gets on his moped and drives off, and he passes the window that faces the driveway. He sped up, trying to make it so I wouldn't see him if I were watching TV. Now it's like 8 PM. The dogs are going crazy again. I look out and now the moped is parked in plain view and he's standing on the walkway just 30 feet from the house, staring and talking to himself. I previously turned off all the lights so that he can't really see in. I see him take a single step towards the door, now 30 feet away. I grab the gun. I've calmed the dogs down and they're in full protective mode. One dog to my left and one to the right. It's around 8:15 PM now and I call the cops. I explain my situation and the owners think that he had a psychotic breakdown. As I'm halfway through explaining this, I'm really scared for my safety and the operator says, "Ma'am." She then says, "I'm sorry, but you're not located in our county. I have to transfer you to this one." Are you serious? The owner said that the cops in South know him very well and how to handle him. Isn't that the guy? Yes ma'am, that is us, but you are located in a different county. This is not our jurisdiction. The guy who's bothering me lives in your county, that's why I'm calling you. And the operator transfers me to another one. When she answers the phone with the average 911, "What's your emergency?" I'm silent. I'm looking out the kitchen window. Steve's about 4 or 5 feet closer from before. I explain what's happening and that I was transferred because apparently I'm not in their jurisdiction. She tells me to remain calm and turn on all the lights. I said no, the guy's waiting for me to do something like that. The doors are locked. I do have a firearm. If he enters, I will shoot. She then tells me that it's safest with the lights on. I turn on the lights. He notices. He then turns around to get on his moped and goes back home. I tell her what's happened. She said, "Do I want an officer?" I say, "Hell yeah." Apparently the cops in South in this state know him, but She transferred me to you. This is the third time he's come onto this property, and he's getting closer to the door and I'm not safe. Calm down, ma'am. We will still send somebody, however, based on where you're located, it's gonna take a while. I say that's fine. I say if she'll stay on the line. She says that it's not really possible because she has to take other calls, but to call back if anything else happens without hesitation. Now it's about 9 PM, and the sun is getting ready to set completely. Again, the dogs are going crazy. Now I'm getting real annoyed and walking around the house with a loaded gun, so if Steve sees me, he knows I have a gun. I look out the window and see his moped, but I don't see him. Where the hell is he? From the window in the kitchen, I can't see the back door. I go upstairs. One of the dogs follows and peek through the window in the bathroom. Steve is on the back porch, lighting matches, throwing them down onto the wooden porch. He doesn't seem harmless anymore. He's talking to himself and twisting his head back and forth like he's getting warmed up for a fight, or having a conversation with multiple people. I start filming from upstairs. So now, I try and hide my phone, just in case he goes up for it. The sun is down and it's getting dark. He steps onto the door and starts knocking. He starts pounding on the door. I'm pretty good at staying calm in any situation, but my heart's beating. He then stops pounding the door, quickly turns away and runs to his moped and takes off even faster than I thought he could go. Not even a minute later, I see a cop pulling into the driveway. I mentioned to the dispatcher operator that I have 2 dogs that will bark at the officer but will not attack. They are trained to be like this. I say I'm going to leave the firearm inside when I go to meet the officer. I meet the officer and the dogs don't growl, simply gave a bark, letting me know that someone's there. I went outside to meet him and told him that the guy just took off on a moped, and he says, "Oh yeah, I think I passed him." I explained that he is absolutely drunk or crazy and in his own world, and that normal people don't act this way. The cop basically shrugs off everything and says, "Well, are you gonna stay there the night?" I said no, I will leave the dogs overnight and come back in the morning. I ask him to stay while I pack up everything. I go inside, give the dogs lots of love and treats, and create what they need for the night. I take off and return the next day with my dad. My dad begins walking the perimeter to try and show him that the man is also staying here. Now, I'm a 24-year-old female. If you're wondering, then Steve, wearing the same dirty hat and outfit while holding a 24 case of Budweisers, is standing at the end of the driveway again. I'm watching him from the front window. I see my dad at the other end, and he sees him. Steve immediately turns around and goes back into the house. Now, I later learned that Steve has been to jail multiple times due to domestic abuse, and his kids can't even see him. He's very violent. No one knows how he gets money to get things. Terry and Johnny have never seen him leave for work. They've only seen him on his moped or 4-wheeler that he recently bought. I don't know who he thought I was, but every time he looked in my direction, I saw pure hatred in my eyes and evil intent. I'm really glad my dad come to stay with me, because God knows what would have happened if he didn't. I've been staffed at a summer camp for 5 years now. A long-standing tradition is that some of the senior staffers will regularly sneak out during night to drive into town to hang out and generally be hooligans. Me and 4 other guys pushed a car around the bend from the parking lot to avoid waking up the adults, then hopped inside and headed towards the town. After a couple of hours of jokes, by a job blast from Taco Bell, and teaching one of our goons how to drive in an empty parking lot, we're driving down country roads, joking around listening to music. That is, until we turn down a random road and something immediately feels off. It's about 3:30 AM and we start down a hill, and suddenly the road goes from asphalt to gravel to dirt. We noticed an old rusted out boat trailer on its side, a bunch of old tools, rotting piles of wood, and a general mess. When we reach the bottom of the hill, there's a big shed with a garage door that's wide open, and another shed seemingly made out of plywood with a door creaked open. There's a light just shining through, flickering from a fuse box right outside. The mood in the car changed in an instant. For a moment, we're all sat in silence, watching the flickering light. No one said anything, but we could all tell that something doesn't feel right. Eventually, to ease the tension that we're all feeling, we start to make a joke, jeering at one of our friends to go and turn the light off or open the door. However, suddenly, the door opens. The mood immediately changes. Nobody said anything. For the next few moments, they're a blur, but I can assure you that it was the fastest and early 2000s Toyota Camry has ever went off a road. All 5 of us are completely silent for the drive back. Something about the aura of that place felt off. To this day, I imagine sitting in the front seat of the car, and I start getting an uneasy feeling in my stomach. Who was behind that door? Why were they there at almost 4 in the morning? Why couldn't I see anybody else around, and why did it feel so off? Okay, so let me start by saying I'm a 23-year-old. At the time of this story, I was 19, 5'5", fat girl from England. My weight and country come into play later. So I would take my dog for walks at night. That was until this experience. Now, it's not the kind of dark where you can't see anything, but the kind where you can't make out much further in front of you. As a disclaimer, this is the middle of nowhere. We're in a village where everyone knows each other and strangers are rarely spotted. Now, a fair few of my neighbours walk late at night, and I meet most of them, and there's usually this 6'3", heavily tattooed 46-year-old man with 2 friendly big dogs, one Mastiff and another German Shepherd. We were great friends and still are. Now, on this particular night, I bumped into him, just ending his walk, which happened to be a couple of times, and it's no big worry. I'm around half an hour into my 45-minute walk in the woods, earphones in with music playing and just checking my phone to see what song's on next. I notice my dog is looking up as if he can see something. I assume it's another neighbour, fox or deer. I looked up calmly and I see a strange man standing about 20 foot away from me, holding a rifle. Not a dog. It wasn't hunting season, and this is England, so you can't really get guns unless you're a farmer, let alone a rifle. He looks angry and stares at me. At this point, I remembered my head torch, and he turns to look at me. He angles himself to my face, and at this point, I knew I couldn't turn around or run since I'm out of shape. I carry on walking. As we go past, my dog gives him a wide berth, which is very unusual because he's normally friendly and loves everyone. I'm very confused by this. Now, I shuffle past him and say evening. I try and speed walk out of there. I look over my shoulder as I'm about to leave the woods. I saw he hasn't moved an inch and he's still staring at me. I never walked alone at night again. This freaked me out so much because it never happened since, and there's no hunters near me. I'm certain he was not meant to have that gun, and I'm sure I've heard a gun go off at some point around the time of my travels near then. Back in the early 90s, I was a kid, around 13 at the time of the incident. I used to stay at my grandparents' house a lot, out in a very rural area in SE, Arkansas. When I say very rural, I mean, it was a series of networked dirt roads to get to their house. The closest neighbours besides my aunt and uncle, who lived about a quarter of a mile off a dirt road, was a mile away. This was very backwards and isolated from the rest of civilization. The closest town was a 10-mile trip away. It's in the middle of farmland and mostly woods. They had lived up in this house since my mum was a child and had both grown up a ways down the dirt road. Anyway, there was a general store roughly 3 or 4 miles down the network of dirt roads. Now this is your typical country dirt road shop. It's run by an old lady and her husband, and its customers only consisted of people who lived out there. Now one day, my grandmother said to me if I wanted to walk to the general store and get some milk, eggs and a few other miscellaneous items. I said sure. She gave me some money and I headed on my way. Now it was fairly early in the day and I had plenty of time to get back before dark, which I always made sure to do when I was out roaming. Things can get pretty creepy out in the backwoods of Arkansas after nightfall. It's a darkness unlike most people have actually experienced before, due to no light pollution and not really many street lamps. Now me being a 13-year-old, had poor time management skills. I stopped at the bottom of a hill next to the small wooden bridge you have to cross and messed around at the creek rating crawdads and such. By the time I left the store, I realised it was quickly approaching night. This was fall, and darkness set upon the land very early. I didn't want to be walking these lonely roads, especially not through the woods, so I go as quick as I can. I'm running and sprinting as much as possible, but it's not enough. By the time I'd made it back to the bottom of the hill near the ridge, it's almost completely dark, and there was an eerie sort of glow brought about by a very bright, nearly full moon that was rising. At the top of the hill was a road that's perfectly straight and flat, with the woods on the left side and a large hill on the right. About half a mile up from the top of the hill is my grandparents' house, and you can see it from there. As I top the hill, I can see the faint glow of lights at their house. I'm starting to feel a little bit better now, but I'm still not feeling very good. The field on the right was somewhat illuminated by the glow of the moon, and my eyes have only just adjusted to the darkness. As I walk up the road, I hear something from the left, behind me on the wooded side of the road. It sounded like leaves being rustled. I turned around and see nothing at first, but then, as my eyes began to focus, I see something in the ditch, a black shadowy shape slowly moving towards me. At first I think it's a dog, but then I realise it's way too large to be one. And then I realise it wasn't actually walking on 4 legs, it was kind of crawling, like a person. I stare for a moment, out of sheer confusement, trying to figure out what I was seeing, and then a jolt of fear shudders me as it dawns on me. Whatever this thing was had been trying to sneak up on me for a while. At that exact moment, this thing stood upright out of the ditch on its 2 feet like a normal person. It had the shape of a human, but long arms, legs and such. It stood roughly 7 to 8 feet in height and was completely covered in black or maybe dark brown hair. Its face is dark in colour, and I can't really recall seeing much in the way of features. It was no bear, that's for certain, or any other kind of animal that I know for that matter. I immediately dropped the bag of stuff I'd been carrying and bolted as fast as I could, trying to get towards my grandparents' house. I heard a heavy breathing and weird sound behind me, hearing footsteps on the gravel as whatever this thing is starts to chase me. Now I didn't turn around to look because I didn't need to. I can hear it crashing into the woods, earth-shattering, and some ungodly scream coming out of that thing, a sound I've never heard before. By the time I reached my grandparents, my heart felt as though it was about to explode from my chest. It's a type of adrenaline that I've never had before. I must have been sprinting as fast as possible for half a mile. I flew into the house, and in an incoherent mess of hyperactive gibberish, tried to explain to my grandparents what happened. My grandmother didn't really seem to believe me, but did believe something scared me, which annoyed me, thinking it was some kind of dog. The next morning I woke up, and I can see my grandpa sitting outside on the porch, whittling wood underneath the shaded tree in front of the yard. As he often does, I went and sat down beside him in one of the old metal lawn chairs. He's a very rational man, down to earth, grown up and hunted in that area his entire life. He knew every square inch of it, mapped out into his mind. He knew every type of critter and creature that lived in the woods, what noises they made, where to find them and how to catch them, etc. I'd only been hunting with him for a couple of years, but had been going out into these woods with him since I was pretty young, going on walks and such. He had passed a lot of knowledge down to me during those adventures. I spoke to him about what happened, and told him I knew what I saw. I wasn't being over exaggerative, and it wasn't due to my imagination. I wasn't making it up. And it definitely wasn't a dog. He knew that I wasn't some dumb 13-year-old kid. He knew what I saw was real. He stopped whittling, looked me right in the eyes and said, "I know what you saw. I've seen it there before too. There's something out in them woods that people don't understand, and that's someone that you don't want to mess with." I remember those words very clearly to those days, because it gave me affirmation, but at the same time made me realise that whatever I'd seen was very real in existence, and beyond my understanding. My grandpa then went on to tell me that far back in the woods, there are some cliffs at the bottom of these cliffs in a cave. He told me that cave is where the creature lived. He once stumbled upon it a long time ago while hunting. He said he was standing on the top of the cliff looking at the creature fitting the same description, and it emerged and began to scream, throwing rocks at him. He said he took a shot at it, missed, and then this thing chased him. My grandpa was on top of the cliff, so in order to get back, he had to run a distance, but luckily he managed to put some good space between them. He said the whole way back home, he felt as though he was being watched, and kept hearing twigs snap behind him. He was certain that it was following him, stalking him. He made it home, and as he reached his front porch, he turns to look towards the trees, and he can see this thing peeking out behind a tree staring at him. Later that night, he said that my grandmother awoke in the early hours of morning to find large rocks being thrown at the house, as well as hearing an unholy sound screeching out of the creature. He said he could hear it walking around on the front porch, rattling the doorknobs, banging on the windows, and it sounded like it was muttering to itself in a low, deep voice. But it didn't sound like a normal language, just a bunch of gibberish. After a while, that thing went back to throwing some more rocks and howling. So my grandpa grabbed his shotgun and fired it off, and into the darkness where this thing's running into the woods. Now, he didn't know if he'd hit it or not. He said that was the last time he ever saw or heard from it. However, over the years, farmers would report cows being mutilated, or someone's hunting dog would go unexplainably missing, or somebody would have a story about some strange creature they'd seen. He said it only scared my grandmother beyond words, and she absolutely refused to talk about it ever, or even acknowledge that it happened, which explains her acting weird about it when I told her. I know it's a pretty far-fetched story, but please believe me, this is true. And till this day, I've never actually spoken of it to anyone other than my grandpa. This happened to me over a decade ago, but I'll never forget the feeling deep in my chest, both that night and the following morning when the true nature of the situation became apparent to me. It was late December in a small Texan town. We just received 5 inches of snow in the day. I can't remember what time it was. It's dark out and I'm playing in my room. It's important to note that my room was made up of 2 rooms, a mudroom with a door leading to our front and my actual bedroom. The door was an older style wooden door with an all old wood hardware and a window on the top half. It had a window shade, but that wouldn't stop anyone from looking in if they wanted. My room was the most front-faced, with my parents being to the back of the house. I was in my mudroom playing with my Hot Wheels when I felt weird. It felt like somebody's watching me. I was facing the door at this point and look up at the window. I was trying to focus on the little openings left by the window shade. I started looking for some reason and start running. After a while, I'm sure nobody's there, so I went back to playing. A few minutes later, I get the feeling again. This time, I didn't look up at the door, but instead, I looked towards the window. I was just hoping that it's all in my head. Just then, the most terrifying thing happened. There was a noise at the door. The doorknob's being touched. I was still, facing the door, completely frozen at the sound of the metallic doorknob. I don't know why or how, but it was moving, slowly turning, testing the lock. I want to move, but I'm frozen. It was like somebody glued over every joint in my body. My chest felt like a car was parked on it. My parents weren't immediately there, so I'm all on my own now. And suddenly, the door knob is being yanked with force. The door was one that had been locked with a skeleton key, so the doorknob could move freely. There's 2 deadbolts. Whoever was on the other side just figured out the doorknob was free to open. As soon as I heard the doorknob turn all the way, I sprung up the wall about 5 feet. The door fell silent. I'm glued to the wall, unable to move. The doorknob continues to slowly move. Whoever did so started trying to budge on the door, trying to pry it open, pounding on the door with their foot, kicking it. I froze until I started screaming for my life. I sprinted to the back of the house to get my parents. They asked me what's wrong, and I said somebody's tried to break in. They ran inside and checked, not bothering to check outside, which I pleaded with them to do. They said it's my imagination running wild or an animal. They took one final look and said go to bed. It took me hours. I don't even remember going to sleep. All I remember is staring at the doorknob from my bed, never taking my eyes off of it. Suddenly, I woke up to my parents, who were obviously distressed and scared. My mum grabbed me by the shoulders, getting in front of me. She asked very sternly why I thought somebody tried to break in. When I say, they listen. I was worried about how serious they were suddenly. When I thought they said it was my imagination, they took me to the front door, then to the backyard door, and pointed to the door near the driveway. You can clearly see boot prints in the snow walking along the street. Through our yard and straight to the window, then my mudroom door. This is where I'd been playing the night prior. The police showed up and took a report, but nothing ever come of it. I was never able to sleep well in that house again. I can never forget what it felt like as a child going through this and to have my parents not believe me. I'm just glad I wasn't home alone, and thank God for the deadbolts. I'm a 17-year-old guy, currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. Shout out Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I won't specify exactly what this trail is. Anyway, the particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through a canyon. It's pretty simple in and out on an overnight trip. I planned on going with my friend, but they cancelled on me in the last minute. So, With a bag packed and a car ready to go, I decide I'm going to go on my own, not leaving the house on time, and some trouble navigating through the forest roads. I didn't arrive on the trailhead until around 5:45, which for those of you who don't backpack, this is a very big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned parking spot, and it was getting dark fast. I figured if I moved very quick, I can get at least 3 miles in before I have to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking a very dark trail on my own, with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anyone else. Hiking in the dark by itself is scary, especially since I'm on my own. Now, eventually it got so dark that I can only use my headlamp to see where I'm going. Now, with only using the headlamp as my light source and moving fast, I end up not where I want to be. This area isn't great, but I find a spot where there's some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a circle fire, so it can't be too bad. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I got a fire going. I got my tarp set up and crack open a can of chili mac. I brought it here and I really look forward to eating. I was feeling good. My camp was set up, my food was on fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike had almost gone away, but it was still there. Now, to fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp was set up. The site I had picked was a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees, with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods and have a fire going, and the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything on the edge of that circle and past it are pitch black. Now I'm sitting on my ground near the fire eating my dinner, when a small rock, about the size of a marble, is actually thrown at my camp. I look at the tiny rock in shock, as I was positive that I was the only person on this trail at night. I immediately turned my light on, and towards the area that I'd seen the rock come from, but due on the destiny of the pines and brush, I can only see about 10 feet. I spent about the next 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that surrounded my area, searching for whatever had thrown it, not daring to stray too far from the fire I set. It was giving me a false sense of security, to be honest. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I was able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or it had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke to the sound of rustling leaves, really inaudible if you weren't listening for it at the time. I'm still in a sleepy daze. I listen to the rustling of leaves, but it gets harder to hear as I assume they were moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had next to me when I'd fallen asleep, but the more I looked, the more scared I get as I realise that it's not even there now. I don't get how. I stand up in my sleeping bag, now ducking out of my tarp. Now, I can't really see far into the woods, but I was able to see a light off in them. It couldn't have been more than 15 feet away, but it's my flashlight laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life that I've almost had a heart attack. The flashlight that I'd left sitting right next to me when I'd fallen asleep a few hours ago was now 15 feet away from me, past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly slipped my boots on, clutching my knife in my other hand and keeping my head on a swivel. I weigh my options: stay here, wait it out, or attempt a 3-mile hike back to the car in darkness. I figured that whether or not I'm going to get out of here, I'll definitely have a better advantage if I was out on the trail with a light. So I decide that I have to stay at my camp and remain there for the night. Eventually, it came back. I could hear it walking through the woods. It was so far off that I couldn't hear it at first. It sounded like somebody walking by, strolling around without a care in the world. Sometimes it will walk far, then near, and a few hours later do the same thing, still faint as ever. This goes on for 3 or 4 hours until I listen to the steps getting closer until they're about 7 feet from me. At this point, the fires got really small as I've run out of wood for it, and the footsteps stopped and everything went totally silent. I sat there still for 2 hours, clutching my knife in my hand. I pray that whatever this is can just leave me. I stay like that until the sun came through, and I can see that I'm alone in my campsite. I packed up all my things and speed walked the 3 miles back down the trail I've taken. I arrived at an empty dirt road where my car was parked and nearly sprinted to it as I unlocked my Supra. I jumped in it and drove until I put at least 20 miles between me and that place. I stopped at a gas station in Apocaly Junction to buy a Red Bull, but mostly just to see or talk to someone. As I exit the store, I was able to read what was written in the dust on the back of my window. Sleep well. The hell. A lot of weird things happened to me on my various adventures through the Arizona, but this was the weirdest by far. I thought I had to share it. There's a seriously deranged person living in the Superstition Mountains. Do yourself a favour and stay as far away from them as you can. This is a story that's been really bothering me lately for absolutely no reason whatsoever. A few months back, I just had this dream that brought back this memory I tried to suppress growing up, but as of recently, it's been weighing on my mind. Growing up in 2005 on the edge of the suburbs, there was a large grove of trees and hills by some railway tracks that led to a big forest about half a mile from my home. When I was 9 years old, me and my neighbourhood friends would ride our bikes to the railroad tracks. We'd walk to the forest and go and explore the random pieces of furniture and junk in this forest. We'd play card games, do homework, and hang out with friends for about 2 hours. We never stayed too long. There was this small abandoned house, and in this forest, we always stayed away from it. As one of my friends, Michael, said, there's a homeless man that lived there, and if you saw him, run. So right off the bat, after hearing this, going near the house in the woods was as scary as could be. One chilly November afternoon after school, I came home and dropped off my backpack at the back of my home and immediately go there. My bike is broken at the time, so I walk. Michael told me at school that apparently, this area of the forest is a really good place to play Pokemon with him. This is something we'd frequently do growing up, just to pass time until our parents got home at 4. Nothing unusual. As I crossed the railroad tracks into the forest, I instantly felt a weird sensation. That feeling when somebody's watching you. I looked all around and don't see anyone, so I thought I was getting spooked as the rather overcast day was very eerie. Trekking through the autumn leaves scattered across this large wooden area, I come across a big open area where I'm supposed to meet Michael. Near to this area that we normally meet, I find his notebook open. On the page was written, "Hey, I had to go back home and grab some batteries for my Game Boy. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Michael." And I wait. Being alone, especially feeling like somebody was watching me, made this particular moment very uncomfortable. However, I convinced myself I was just being a wuss and decided to wait for Michael. I sat down and began playing on my Game Boy. It wasn't too long until that sensation of being watched grew into utter paranoia. I kept frantically looking for my Game Boy and checking my watch. I've been there for 30 minutes and it's starting to get dark. Then I heard some leaves crunch. I looked in the direction of the sound and briefly saw a dark hooded figure peeking from behind a few trees, then hiding back behind them. My skin crawled, and I immediately jump up from where I'm sitting, frozen in my tracks. I scream hello. I'm quickly reminded that I'm not alone, as I see this very tall, dirty-looking hooded man peek from around the trees. He called back, "Hey buddy." I pick up Michael's notebook, and I ran for my life. I ran so fast, I barely had time to look behind me. However, I heard leaves crunching not too far from behind me. It's the man running for me. He was screaming for me to come back, and I just wanted to talk to you. I'm sorry. I began crying as I was running, thinking this was exactly how those kids disappear. I ran and ran and ran until I literally tripped over the railway tracks and cut my knees. Michael was just getting to the tracks. He saw me crying, and I screamed at him to run. Without question, we ran all the way home. The hooded man was nowhere to be seen. I last saw him staring from the woods, defeated that he couldn't catch me or something, I don't know. I told Michael everything that happened, and we never went back to the woods again. Years later in 2016, they bulldozed the woods and built a neighbourhood there. We later found out from the fellow neighbourhood friends who lived in the area the same thing would happen to them. To this day, it's probably the scariest thing that happened to me. When I was younger, I spent a lot of time living with my grandparents. I liked hanging out there because they were around all day, so I didn't feel as lonely. But of course I would get bored. They were lucky enough to own a cabin in a forest. I would often stay there. I'd bring food and just have a good time generally, or read. But of course it could be boring, and that would always lead me to explore the forest a little bit. I would never go too far out, just far enough that I could find some tranquility and enjoy myself, something that I probably didn't do often enough. Now sometimes when I'd go out on these trips, I would have the overwhelming urge to get out of the forest, or the sense that I was being followed. Normally, I thought, oh, there's probably just some animals around and I'm not really used to being out in the woods, but it was something that would continue for a long time. So much so that I actually become used to it, and I trained myself just to switch off from it, which probably wasn't a good thing, because even today, I have the problem where if I feel like I'm being watched, I don't even bat an eye at it. Now on one particular day when this happened, I was on one of my walks, and I didn't really think much of it like normal. However, there was a pungent smell that was truly overwhelming my senses. It really smelled like a dead body. I thought maybe an animal had died, but I couldn't see any. I can't ignore this, and now the paranoia sets in, as I realise that something might be watching me. I'm worried that maybe it's a dead body or something. I start returning back to the cabin. As I do, I can hear something falling through the trees. I stop dead in my track. I can see a large rock has been thrown just behind me. Now I'm certain it had been thrown there, because I never saw it before and I literally just walked there. Then I think to myself, if that rock hit me, it would have knocked me out or gave me brain damage. Just as I'm thinking that, I can see a large dark figure in the trees. The craziest part is I lock eyes with something with orange glowing eyes. Now I don't believe in Bigfoot, but I have never seen anything like this in my life. The smell, the rock being thrown, it all makes sense. I turn and start sprinting. I'm so scared that I start to tear up while I'm running. I can hear that thing closing on me. I start screaming and praying. I make a sudden turn and now I'm only about 50 meters away from the cabin. I glance behind me and I can see the figure again, this time walking. I don't care, I keep going until I'm in the cabin and I slam the door behind me. Through teary eyes I look out the window and I can see whatever this thing is staring back at me. It stopped as though it knows that it can't go any further. It simply turns around again and returns to the forest. I told my parents about it and my grandparents, but they don't believe me. But I know what happened that day, and I've never seen anything like it. I know that the area is where the Navajo are supposed to reside, but I don't think it was a skinwalker. It's truly the most scary thing that I've ever experienced in my life. This story takes place during the summer when I was 15. I was living with my dad and stepmother at the time. I remembered my mum throwing a royal fit about me buying new school clothes because I had let a few pairs of pants get holes in them and still wore them. It was my first year going into high school, and I wasn't going to let her spoil that for me, so I went to stay with my grandparents for the summer to earn money. They lived in a remote, small area that was once home to many native tribes, most prominently the Cthulhu tribe. It's very secluded despite being only a mile or so from the highway. It's all lush, gorgeous forest. My grandpa had built his own 3-story house and a shop where he cut and assembled cedar into roofing products. That's where I came in, hauling heavy chunks of cedar to his van, stacking, nailing, chinking up pieces into smaller ones to be sold. I made good money while I was there, and could buy a new wardrobe. As summer was coming to an end, it was too hot to work, and I decided to walk one day. Now let me say that I spent my childhood roaming around these woods. Armed with my grandpa's 2 dogs, we ran and played and napped all day, and I'd never seen anything out of the ordinary or got weird vibes. I waited until it was a bit cooler in the evening and started out, walking a little path that would take me to an old unused logging road. I had tread this path so many times that I wasn't even paying attention until I felt like I was being watched. I would like to note here that I was young at the time and had yet to touch alcohol or drugs, and I had no history of hallucinations or mental illness, so what I saw really haunts me. There he was, standing naked in the middle of the path, looking down at me with a blank expression. He was tall, maybe even 7 feet, much taller than my 5 nothing. He had long matted black and grey hair. There were tufts of it growing from the sides of his arms as well. His skin was very sticky yellow and pale, looking too big for his stature. We made eye contact. His yellow orbs felt like they're looking into my soul. I couldn't move or think. Everything goes silent around me. The next 10 seconds or so seemed like they stretched out for an eternity. We just stood there looking at each other, before he swiftly turned and walked back into the trees. The foliage went undisturbed as he melted through it and disappeared. I honestly expected him to charge at me, or at least try and intimidate me, but he just left. I haven't seen him since either, nor am I too enthusiastic to go out looking. I remember telling my grandma about it, and she said it was probably a drug addict, but something didn't seem right. I've told this story somewhere before, and it really scares me. I've tried looking into Native American folklore, especially the local stuff, but haven't found anything matching the description. I don't know if maybe it's a skinwalker or not, but it truly terrified me. This happened yesterday. My brother and I went for a hike to stave off cabin fever from self-isolation. We chose a pretty remote trail to lower the risk of coming into contact with others. I was walking ahead of my brother, and the gravel on the track was making our footsteps seem really loud. Deep in thought, I was listening to the rhythm of his footstep behind me. About 20 minutes in, I start hearing other footsteps, off faint and getting louder, until they're the same pitch as his, but they're very fast, like the rhythm of someone running. There suddenly came a halt to it, and I could hear the motion of somebody stepping on the gravel. That sudden sharp rocky sound you can imagine. I assumed that there must have been someone running or jogging on the track, and sure enough, I see a shadow on the other side of me appearing. It looks like somebody's head is next to mine, as though they're running behind me. I stopped, turned around to let them pass as the track's very narrow. However, when I turned around, it was just my brother staring back at me. He was confused as to why I'd stopped. So, I asked if he was running a second ago and he said nah. I asked if there had been anyone behind him and he said that he wasn't aware of anyone. I thought it was strange but just let it go and carried on. About 5 minutes later, we came around a corner and there was this smell of pure death. It was very strong, like rotten meat. We figure it's a dead animal. We reach our hike lookout about 20 minutes later, chilled out for a bit, then headed back. We passed the death smell again, and it's around the exact same spot where it happened before. I hear the running sounds again. I ignore it because I'm getting scared now and we pick up the pace to get back to the car. I told my mum and she said that it must have been a dead body and maybe that was their spirit that you could sense. I laughed at the time but it was more out of fear. I'm really not sure what this is and it still haunts me to this day. I grew up in a very small rural town in Michigan. This place was so small that everybody knew everyone. My high school graduation class consisted of less than 30 people. It was a place with a very small population, but geographically, it wasn't small at all, consisting mostly of wooded areas and open fields. Houses are spread out, and nothing like what you see in the city. I mean, the nearest city was hours away. I lived on a dead-end gravel road. My neighbour's at the very end of the road, and to my left, there's about a 5-minute walk before you meet the others. You could barely see the neighbour's house through the sparse trees. To the right is another neighbour. My uncle and aunt and my favourite cousin actually live about 5 minutes away. I could only see their house if I walked to the end of my driveway. My house was the second to last one on the road, and just before my house was a really long driveway. I suppose you could call it another road, but it led directly to a house behind mine that belonged to a man I'll call Dave. Now there's a large open field, followed by another sparse tree line, and Dave's house is behind that. I could easily see his small house perched on the top of a tiny hill in the distance. I loved growing up there. It was my favourite place in the world. My mum and dad worked in town, and my older brother, my younger sister and I were always left to our own devices growing up. We were always playing outside. My siblings and I are all born within the first half of the 90s, so we grew up during a time where there weren't really cell phones. We didn't have cable TV, just a few channels when we got an antenna. And our parents usually kicked us out of the house from sunrise to sunset because they didn't want us being stuck indoors. Because of this, we often explored the land around the area. Being 90s babies, our parents for some reason trusted us to literally wander everywhere. Never once did they check up on us. Now the house behind us was extremely creepy. We rarely saw anyone come or go, and believe me, they were very nosy and would know if somebody was driving down the road. The upstairs bedroom window overlooked the front of the house, and my sister upstairs' window overlooks the back of the house. We also had a giant set of sliding glass doors at the back of our house that opened up to the back door porch. They were so big it practically took up the whole wall, so we literally saw everything. Despite the neighbour behind us rarely being seen going anywhere or seeing anyone show up there, we just knew he was creepy. We used to call him Creepy Dave, and still do to this day, including my parents. I can't really explain why we started to call him that, but it seems so fitting. We used to walk through the field and along the tree line towards Dave's house. We were careful not to walk all the way up the driveway. We'd usually just play near the tree line and the fields around the area. The fields are owned by a local farm, family friends or my parents, so we weren't exactly trespassing onto Dave's property if we stayed just far enough down. Sometimes we would get a little brave and creeped up the road more. I can remember inside the ditches leading up to his driveway, there would be animal bones, fully intact skeletons, even a deer skull. It had all been there long enough to be pure bone. That alone was creepy enough for young kids to see. When I was in middle school, Dave married this woman. I can't remember for the life of her name, but she had 2 children. A daughter I'll call Lisa and son I'll call Dustin. Now they started to ride the bus with me and my siblings to school. They always hated it when the bus drove up the eerie driveway to their house. I can remember one winter, the bus actually got stuck in the snow. The bus driver had to try and shovel us out, and while everyone was stuck waiting for the bus, I happened to look out the window at the barn near the house. It was still dark out, but just starting to turn to dawn, so the sky was bluish, but still dark, and you can see silhouettes. I kid you not, standing there on the second level of the barn, there's creepy Dave holding a pitchfork. He's not even doing anything, he's just staring at us watching. All I can see is his outline. It frightens me so much that I turn my whole body away from the window and start tearing up a bit. My best friend sitting next to me says what's wrong, and I can't even tell her. I don't know what it was, but it scared me so badly. I don't know if anybody else saw him up there, but I still picture it. That was the last time I actually saw Dave for myself, but unfortunately, he didn't disappear fully from our lives. I used to stay up late in middle school watching movies and reading. I've always been a night owl, and sometimes my sister and I would stay up on the weekends all night watching films. One night it's very late. After 3 AM, my sister had fallen asleep, but I was still awake. All of a sudden, we hear a very loud pounding coming from the door that led to our garage. We had a huge bay window in the living room, and a front door to the left of it. Our garage was on the right. Our window faces a driveway, and we have multiple dogs, so whoever this was come from behind the house, crept into our garage so the dogs don't know. I was so scared. My sister starts crying. I started screaming for my dad. He come running out of his bedroom in his underwear holding a shotgun. He went to the door and it's Dave's wife, crying hysterically. I have no idea what happened, but my dad never even told me, and the cops show up. Over time, this happened a few more times. It got to the point where my sister and I stopped sleeping in the living room. And eventually one night, my dad told Dave's wife she needs to stop coming running to our home for help and needed to go to the other neighbours. Thinking back, I feel bad, but my dad was clearly worried about us. These occurrences stopped for a while until one morning, I walked downstairs to SWAT vans parked around the road, men in uniforms with vests and guns crouching in the backyards, and they're pointing directly towards Dave's house. I freaked out. I ran into the living room, into the front entrance, and my dad was standing there with a sheriff. The sheriff had been telling my dad that during the night, Dave held his wife and daughter at gunpoint. I'm not sure where her son was, but he hadn't been there. Eventually, this man in his drunken fit of rage blacked out and passed out, and the wife and daughter escaped. I'm still not sure which neighbour they went to, but the cops are called. Upon getting there, he actually shot at them, and that's when the SWAT was called in. I suppose sneaking through my yard across the field was their way to get an element of surprise, but hell, how is a young girl supposed to know what to do when all this is going on? Dave went to prison and I have no idea of the outcome, nor his family. The kids never went back to school. Apparently he's out now but never come back here. All I know is his creepy house is still there, and it's been abandoned for ages. This was a few years ago during my freshman year of college. A couple weeks into school, this girl I had class with asked me if I wanted to go to a concert. She'd been given 2 tickets as a gift, and still being early in the school year, I didn't really have friends, nor did she, so we decided to go. We live in a large city, and the concert was in a small town about an hour away by train. We get to know each other on the way there, and by the time we get off the train, it's very dark. The street lamps are sparse. We're dressed in our outfits for the concert, and the venue's about a 10-minute walk away. Neither of us had ever been out of town before, and we're having some trouble using Google Maps to figure out what direction to head in. I, generally being pretty wary of strangers, am content to continue struggling with my phone map. However, my new friend decides to ask a man on the street for help. He looks like he's in his 30s, about 6 feet tall, blonde, and he's wearing a suit with no tie, and the top couple of buttons are undone. He tells us he knows where the venue is and can get us there. He says, do we want to walk? Now he says what are our names and how old are we, and where are we from. Not necessarily creepy, but I'm getting a bad vibe. It's dark. The streets become practically empty from the train station. We end up reaching an intersection, and he starts to turn right. I'd continued to look on Google Maps once we started walking, and having become better orientated, we're now moving. I know that we need to take a left. I say this, but he says, nah, you're wrong. And I say I'm looking at the map, but he says it must have gotten confused. We turn left and he continues walking with us, assuring us that now he knows where he's going. The map says a concert's up ahead, and in the distance, I can see people all heading in the same direction. Again, our guide says that this is wrong, and he starts walking into a very secluded area near the woods. My friend is starting to get worried, and looks very superstitious. I'm gonna leave that in. My friend has also become suspicious, and we tell him that we're going to continue straight. He insists that the venue is through the parking lot, and when we point out to the people up ahead, he says it's a shortcut, it's much quicker. We thank him for his help and keep walking. As we leave him, he stands there in the parking lot yelling, "You guys are going to get lost. You need help." Luckily, he didn't follow us and stopped yelling once we got closer to the crowd. We got to the venue soon after, had a great time at the concert, and I'm scared he'd be waiting for us. Luckily, he never found us again. I'm positive if we went into the woods, something very bad would have happened. My family and I have been hunting on the same property in East Texas for over 10 years. I love Texas. And we've had some really creepy encounters with some of the locals. This property we hunt on is timber company land. It's way off the beaten path down some dirty roads. No power, no running water, no sewer. There's only a few people that live in the area, only scattered around some hunting camps. Our closest neighbours live in a trailer about a mile away, and we've come to call this a meth house. Now, I'm not sure if it's really a meth house, but it wouldn't be hard to believe that was happening there. Now, this place has always been odd. There is a trailer sitting in the middle of a pine clearing. The brush is fairly overgrown around the trailer, almost as if the property is abandoned. There have always been broken down cars and other junks grown around the front. Cow skulls and hip bones are attached to a pine tree going off about 20 feet. It started out maybe 10, and over the 10 years has grown out to about 20. Now, for a long time, the strangest thing about that place is the vibe you get. In 2017, things get weirder. The front yard collection began to grow. A rotted out taxidermy of wild hogs was added to the skull tree. A doll's head was fixed with horns onto some kind of stick in the ground, which we called the devil baby. There's 3 tripods about 12 feet high, each erected around the trailer made out of pine trunks. One day when we drove by, we noticed that from one of these tripods hung the spinal column and rib cage of we don't know what. We thought originally they were using the tripods to hang and clear deer, but the same bones have been hung there for over a year now, and someone would usually get rid of this. So, we've had no encounters with the residents and don't even know what they look like or if they actually lived there long term. This place was creepy. They seemed to keep to themselves. Until later in that season we had 2 creepy encounters. The first happened to my good friend. He had made a quick day trip with his wife up to the property to fill feeders and ride 4-wheelers. To get to the spot, he has to get on the dirt road and drive past the meth house. His spot is only a few hundred yards away from the house. While they were doing their thing, they began to hear some strange noises. And as he listened closer, he could hear high-pitched gibberish between 3 voices yelling weird words in Arabic and with Jesus mixed in. They decided to get on the 4-wheeler and investigate. They found 2 men squatted down besides a large mud pile in front of the house. They were splashing and bouncing around while furiously speaking gibberish. Once they noticed the 4-wheeler, they stopped and stared like animals. My buddy quickly took off. The second encounter happened to me and my brother. We were up there alone for the weekend and were relaxing by the fire on a pitch black night after a long day's hunt. We began to hear something strange in the distance. It was pipe organ music. It wasn't a recording of a pipe organ, but somebody actually playing one. They were missing notes and sporadically starting and stopping. We laughed about how it was like something out of a horror film, but the music continues for hours. Then all of a sudden, we hear crashing through the brush. Now we're actually in a very thick area of brush. It is between our camp and the direction of our house. This doesn't sound like the usual spooked deer or armadillo roaming around, or hogs even. It's made by something very large. Now the rest of the night it's quiet, and there's no more organ music, and we don't know what caused this. Now not too much has happened since then, but we've made a point never to go there alone, but to maybe one day scout it out overnight. The summer before 2nd grade, my family and I moved into Olympia, WA. I with my parents and my older sister back then. My sister is 2 years older than me, so she would have been in the 4th grade. My sister celebrated her 10th birthday that same year by having a handful of friends over for a sleepover. We owned a trampoline back then and often had sleepovers and used the trampoline during the summer months. We lived near a forest. Now we have many fond memories of sleeping on the trampoline under the stars, but this, however, this was not one of those fond memories. Seeing as it was my sister's party, I was younger, and the annoying brother am not invited to the trampoline party. I do, however, remember how the events unfolded. It all began when around 6 or so girls came fleeing inside screaming about a man in the woods. A backyard at this house was fenced off to the left and right side, but was not fenced on the backside as our backyard continued into a beautiful forest backdrop. According to the girls, as they're out on the trampoline enjoying their sleepover, a man in a yellow rain jacket appeared in the woods. The random creepy man proceeded to stand there in the woods and stare at the 6, 10-year-old girls the whole time they're out there. He didn't respond to them when they attempted addressing him or even break eye contact. It was at this point that the girls were so scared they collectively ran as fast as they could inside. After the girls relayed their experience to my parents and I, the 3 of us reached to the window to see this man. When we get to the window, all we can see is a glimpse of the yellow jacket as he disappeared further into the forest, beyond the borderline of the neighbouring fence, out of sight. My dad sprinted outside yelling at the man, threatening him, calling the police, but we can't see him. My parents did call the police and filed a report, but nothing ever come of it. After this experience, our parents thought twice about letting us sleep on the trampoline at night. We ended up moving a year later. When I was quite young, maybe 9 or 10, my mum, sister, who's about 4 or 5, and I went for a walk in the forest. It was a large forest, well known for camping and having picnics, and we had walked through there many times before. The three of us walked for quite some time until we found a spot to have a picnic. After eating our food, we explored the various mushrooms and trees dotted around the place. When it started to roll over into late afternoon, we decided it was time to head back, and we made the walk back to the forest. There was always an eerie feeling when you're in the forest, in any forest no matter where. When we arrived back, we're shocked to see police cars everywhere and hear sirens. We had no idea what happened, but nevertheless, we got back into our car and drove home. I was wondering what could have happened the entire night back, when finally, my questions are answered. My mum and I sat down to watch the 7 o'clock news and found out that while we're having a picnic, the police had discovered a body buried in a shallow grave in that very forest. The reporter explained that the men involved were doing stuff with drugs and other criminal activities. As I was quite young when all this occurred, I didn't think much of it. Sure, I was creeped out, but I didn't completely understand it. Looking back now, it gives me chills thinking about it. I often wonder what would have happened if we were the ones to discover the body. I was in the kitchen the night before last, washing up some plates for dinner, when I glanced out of the window in front of the sink and saw someone standing at the far end of my own yard. From what I could tell, it looks like a man of average build, with a scruffy appearance. He was essentially behind my neighbour's tool shed, which is on the right side of the border of my property, and so I thought that he might be somebody they knew. It was dark and he was quite a distance away, so I couldn't really see what he was doing. His back was mostly turned to me, but by his movements it looked as though he was panting at the ground with a shovel, as if he just buried something and was covering up. This raised my suspicion a bit, so I called my neighbours to ask if they're aware that somebody's behind the shed. They said they're not, and the husband went outside to investigate. I saw my neighbour open his door, and the man saw/heard it and bolts off into the woods. I went outside to meet my neighbour and see if there is evidence of what the man had been doing, so we both arrive at the spot, and I turned to tell my neighbour that I saw a man that fled into the woods. We looked down at the ground and there's indeed fresh dirt where somebody was digging. My neighbour gets a shovel, which the man actually dropped when he ran off, and we start digging nervously. We're both expecting to find out something very gruesome, no doubt. However, what we dug up has actually left us with more questions than answers. It was a plastic bag with something softball sized and heavy. We dump out the contents, a rock, painted red with a smiley face. Why would somebody be out here trespassing to bury a painted rock and a button? And it's painted on the rock, not blood. It's not a murder weapon as far as we can tell. Still, the neighbour and I actually report this to law enforcement and they come back to take a statement. They take the rock and button, just in case it's connected to a crime. The whole ordeal has made me on edge, to be honest. Why on earth would somebody bury something like that, especially in the dark? This didn't dawn on me until I had my own children and have hence been vigilant with stranger danger. Suddenly, one day, I sat up and realised the actual danger I was in and how close I come to God knows what. I was about 10 and staying with my grandmother, something I did and loved for a week every holidays. My grandma lived in a new suburb on the outskirts of our city. Because it was new, there were a lot of new immigrants who started moving into the area. There was a wave of immigration from Lebanon due to the war there, asylum seekers. There was a very white Australia at the time, so my 10-year-old mind found those people bizarre and different. Anyway, I was sort of playing by myself with these new kids in the church parking lot near my grandma's. I was the only blonde Anglo out of about 20 kids my age, but they ranged up to about 12. I think that's why I may have been singled out, because I stood out. So this little girl about my age was sort of trying to play with me. She was so foreign to me with her hijab and long black dress in the 40-degree Australian summer, so I blurt out, "Why are you wearing that dress?" I was just confused by it and couldn't understand it. Then, when I look around to see if anyone heard me, I see a man stood there staring at me who's Anglo. I thought at the time he heard me. I was so ashamed and thought that he might come over to speak about my potentially mean comment, or tell my grandma, or even worse, ring my parents. But my 10-year-old head at the time thought that he was watching me from 10 meters away out of annoyance. He's just by a tree line, but he's been there for over 2 or 3 hours. Anyway, it starts getting dark. Everyone started to disperse for bath, dinner and bedtime. I got up and started walking back. The man started to follow me. He followed me to my grandma's and I ran inside and shut and locked the door behind me. I was waiting for his knocks to tell my grandma my crime, but instead, nothing came. He must have changed his mind, I thought to myself, but as I took a sneak peek out of the window, I saw him go down to the side of the house. Oh no, he's going in the back door to tell her, the shame, for nothing. Oh thank God. Just as I thought I'm about to go to bed and forget about this, I look out the window and there he was, smoking, standing under the tree line. Still weighing up whether to tell my grandma, I kept trying to sneak peeks at him and see if he's gone so I can fall asleep. I decide to go to bed. Now the next morning, my grandma runs in. Now, the fly screen is off of the windows. Now, she thinks I must have done it because they can't fall off on their own. She also said I was not to ever try and force the window open again. Now, all the wood around the windows has been chopped and broken. I said I didn't do it, and she doesn't believe me. She literally doesn't believe me in the slightest. And, you know, I never connected that at the time that it was a man trying to get in. But it must have been, because it was trying to get into my window and I saw him there. I never really thought anything of it. But now I'm an adult, I'm fully aware of what could have happened and it really terrifies me. A stint of warm weather came through our area a few weeks ago, so my family and I decided to hike our local Appalachian trail. We're 25 minutes into our hike when my wife stops abruptly as if she was spooked. With my daughter sitting in her hiking seat attached to my backpack, I slowly shift up in the direction of my wife. What we come across was a large rock off the trail that had been spray painted with a Bible scripture. It read out, Neem Neem Ketul, Ursharan, Daniel 5:23-28. The urgent style with the writing and intensity is what unsettled my wife. It was just odd to see this grafted so far off the path, but, however, Appalachia attracts all walks of life. I looked up to the interpretation and it goes, Meme. God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. You have been weighed in the balances and found waiting and wanting. Your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. As I'm looking this up, my wife wants to keep walking and starts up the trail. I then hear cracks of branches just behind me. I just kept that interpretation to myself, as I know it will really just creep out my wife. Another mile into the trail, I hear the crackle of branches behind us. In the intelligence community, there's a rule of thumb regarding being tracked by a person or car. 1 time it's an accident, 2 coincidence, 3 enemy action. Coincidentally, this is probably what's happening, I think, and it might just be a deer trying to follow us. So I turn around to whatever's making those noises, and in the woods off the trail, I spot what appeared to be a man crouching over messing with something in his bag. But he's whistling to himself. I thought, maybe he's just getting something and don't think much of it. But I knew that the guy'd been behind us for quite some time now, because of the first time I heard the sound. Now, not even 100 feet further down the trail, yet again, I hear another rustle. 3rd time, I turn 180 degrees. The man's about 20 feet in front of me, adjacent to the trail. I look at him. He doesn't make eye contact, just looks sporadically at different things, from the ground beneath him, to the trees, and then to the sky. While looking to the sky, he says, "The days of Babylon are numbered." I reply cold and cynically, "Are you lost, buddy?" And I can feel the adrenaline. My ears are ringing and my heart is beating double time. Now, I'm starting to think I'll have to defend my family from a lunatic, but he mumbles, giggles, and turns into the woods, never to be seen again. So this happened last summer. It was a hot day and I just got off work around 7 PM and decided to take my dog for a run in the forest reserve near my home. When you start out on the path, it's very open and near a busy street, but as you go further into the path, you are deep in the forest and surrounded by trees. The sun was starting to set at this point, but I figured I would get a quick 2 miles in so my dog could get some energy out. It was about a mile into my run when I started to hear a man just behind the trees. He hops out of nowhere with a cigarette and says, "Can you join me on my run?" I wonder why this man is behind a tree alone. My heart starts racing and I realize that it's almost dark and no one's on the path and there's no cars around in the parking lot. I say no thank you and continue to run, trying not to look panicked. He starts to get closer to me and my 1-year-old Staffy Pit lunges towards him. My dog is extremely playful and gets excited to see people, so lunges towards him, just wanting to pet him. However, he looks intimidating, so the guy thought he was attacking. He backs up and I start running faster down the path, and I keep looking back. I stopped out of breath and frantically called my fiance who's at work. He didn't answer. I decided I didn't want to go any further down the path and further into the forest, so wait a few minutes and go back with my phone in my hand ready to dial the police. I get to the top of the hill and see the man jumping into the passenger side of a white van, speeding off. I always think to myself, what would have happened if I didn't have my dog with me that day? This incident occurred last spring. Let me set the scene and give a bit of backstory. I was driving from Minnesota to Iowa for a music festival and decided to leave on Thursday because 1, generally prefer road tripping at night, and 2, I wanted to get to the festival grounds as early as possible to secure a good camping spot. All is going well. I'm about 2 hours away from Des Moines, and I realise I've really got to pee. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with driving long, mostly rural interstate highways, rest areas can be a godsend when the gas stations are few and far between. So, I see a sign for a rest area coming up in 2 miles. Perfect. I pull in, and there's maybe 3 other cars in the lot. Things are generally quiet, and on the first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary or anything. However, I have just a general feeling of unease as I pull into the park. And I'm not one to ignore my instinct, but I really have the urge to pee. Luckily, my brother has just given me this taser because he knows I like to go adventures in often wooded areas, usually at night, and he wants me to be safe. So I grab it quick, just in case, and run to the bathroom. Not 30 seconds after I close my stall door, I hear someone yelling either babe or a name. It's unintelligible. Just, they're hollering at me, and I don't know what they're saying, but they sound unstable. At this point, my heart starts beating really fast, and I'm just hoping he leaves the general building, but no, I hear the main door to the woman's stall literally kick open, and of course, he comes to the only stall and starts yelling at me. He finally says something I can make out. I'm looking for my girlfriend. So I say, I don't know you, go away. He then shouts at me, what's my name? The dude's clearly not in the right state of mind. At this point, he starts shaking my freaking stall door. So I turn on the taser and repeat, get out, before hitting the little button that makes the taser do its thing. Luckily, as I hoped, just the sound was enough for him to quickly run out. I stayed there for 10 minutes trying to regain control of my composure, and then quickly walked out to my vehicle, taser ready, and I immediately get out of there. What scares me is he almost knew what the taser sound was to immediately flee like it's happened before. I'm just so glad I had that taser because God knows what would have happened if I didn't have it on me that day. I was playing disc golf, aka frisbee golf, by myself one day, and I lost a disc in the woods. As I was looking for it, I heard a woman yell, "You're crazy," and a guy responded with something to, "You're supposed to keep your heart open. How is this keeping your heart open?" They're on the path on the other side of the trees, and the woman's walking away from the guy. I heard someone walking through the woods towards me. It was a guy. When he saw me, he smiled and said, "Hey, you're Luke, aren't you?" And I said nah, and said my actual name for some reason. He shook my hand and said, "What are you doing?" "Listening." I told him, "No, I'm looking for a disc." He was like, "Oh, you're a disc golfer, huh?" He said something along them lines, but I didn't really know what to make of it. Then he looked me in the eyes and calmly said, "You're screwed. You don't even know it. We know too much and you're screwed." It's at this point I turned, walked away, and never come back again. I've never been to that park again since.